joined us for that. It really was a fantastic, fantastic stream. Really enjoyed the fight as well. It's one that I don't think has divided opinion that much. I did sense a few people on the stream thinking that the decision was a bit controversial. So I put a quick poll up on Twitter to see how people felt about it. And last I saw it was about 85% thought that Tommy had won. It was only about 15% that thought Jake had won. So I think it might just be like hardcore, some hardcore Jake fans, and also maybe a few people that genuinely thought that it had gone Jake's way. But even so, great fight, massive spectacle, so much fun, great stream. Really, really do appreciate it. But of course, we turn our attention back now to WWE and back now to pro wrestling. And we are on the road to WrestleMania, and we've got a fun show tonight. I know I'm saying there's a lot of fun stuff, but there genuinely is a lot of fun stuff at the moment because it's the road to WrestleMania. And we're going to find out what's inside Miz's envelope. So we're going to find out what was in Miz's envelope. I think it's going to be something like a star on the Hall of Fame, Walk of Fame thing. I think it's going to be something like that. I believe this is an anniversary gift from Maurice. That's the only reason that I'm thinking it might not be Miz hosting WrestleMania. She might have been able to secure that, though. She might have spoke to Adam Pearce and Vince and whoever, and Triple H or whatever, and managed to get that sorted. So it could be that. It could be that he's going to be the host. But I think her going out and buying a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, that would be an easier thing for Maurice to do. So I don't know. I'm split. It could be that he's going to host. It could be that he's got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I don't know. We did a quick video on what else it could be. It could be that he's secured a movie role, but again, that's not something Maurice would be able to sort out. So I don't think it's that. She might have got him a good guest for a future Miz TV, maybe a Miz TV that's going to take place at WrestleMania. She might have been able to secure the services, secure an appearance for him. So it could be that as well. And honestly, I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard any reason as to what it is or why he was so happy. So we're going to find that out tonight. Retribution said, I love the beard trim. Yeah, it's something I've been meaning to do for a long time. I always look quite scruffy, and it's not necessarily on purpose. It's just because I don't really get time to like do anything about it. And yeah, today I was like, I'm definitely doing something now because it's so unruly and like sticking out and everything. And it has been for a long time that I was like, today is the day. Plus, I wasn't feeling brilliant today because I do definitely feel like the battery got run down last night. It was a 9-hour stream, which we've done longer, but it was a pretty full-on 9 hours as well. It was 9 hours of not just like sitting here and watching something. In fact, we only really watched the main fight and like some of the co-main. We didn't really watch the other fight, so no one was interested, right? I wasn't interested. So it was a lot of talking. It was this for 9 hours, right? And no real breaks of like watching something and see what people are saying kind of a thing. So yeah, it was pretty full on. Felt it today. So thought I'd take the opportunity to have a little trimmage. Ellis Dub said, Gable versus Cody is booked for tonight. That should get at least 15 minutes. Nice of Days to let his younger brother do this. Yes. I mean, I can scrub up all right. Like, it's hard to believe, I know, but if I do actually, like, do something, I can actually scrub up okay. Passable. That's what I would say. So, yeah. I hope they find a way of getting Gable on the WrestleMania cards because he has been a workhorse for WWE and he deserves to be on the card, says Trini. Jim said, Jake Paul lost LMAO. Days, do you think Becky and Lita are going to win the titles tonight? That's a really good question. And actually, I think that's probably the question we should ask in the chat. I think if you look at history, it would probably say no. Because if you were going to do a big title change this close to a show, you'd probably want to do it at the show. The only thing that I would say is that we have seen title changes here that then get undone at the show. So, for example, Asuka and Alexa won the tag titles, the women's tag titles, on the go-home show for Crown Jewel. And then at Crown Jewel, we got the rematch, and the titles changed back hands again, right? So it's certainly not impossible for it to happen tonight. And so we could get new champions and then the rematches made basically for WrestleMania. The only thing I would say about that is, what does Bayley do? What does Bayley do if it's just going to be the rematch? There are obviously rumors that they've been waiting to bring Trish into this feud. And apparently she has been backstage for a few weeks. I don't know if she's there this week, but apparently there are rumors that they've tried to get her involved for the past few weeks. I'm thinking that they probably don't win the titles, right? Because of Bayley, and Bayley like costing Becky and Lita, and that's why Trish then comes in, and that's how we get to Lita, Becky, and Trish versus Damage Control. It's just a guess, to be honest, but I'm guessing that it's going to be something along those lines. So I'm going to lean towards no, they're not going to do it, but equally, it would make sense if they did, because a lot of people are pointing at Ronda and Shayna as being, like, you know, built up and, you know, clearly on a push for the tag titles. So you would ideally want babyface champions if they're going to go up against Ronda and Shayna. So you can really make arguments for both sides. It's a bit like Jake Paul, Tommy Fury. I did pick a side. I went with Jake. I said I thought Tommy's cardio was going to fail towards the end because we hadn't seen him go 8 rounds. And when we'd seen him go 4, he looked tired. So to see him go 8, like, that was, I thought it was going to be like a bit much for him. And I thought he was going to fade. And I thought Jake would catch him with something in the later rounds. And I said it'll be interesting to see how Tommy reacts, because I could see Jake catching Tommy with something, starting to pour it on, and then end up putting him away. Now, he did catch him with something in the 8th round, but he wasn't able to capitalize on that. And Tommy says that it was a slip, right? But Tommy did much better than I was expecting in regards to the cardio. His cardio seemed to hold. So Tommy did much better in that regard. So he went on, made it to the end of the fight, got it by decision. So that was a very close fight, and it was a fight that, you know, you could see different paths to victory for both fighters. I feel kind of similar about this. I can make an argument for Becky and Lita winning tonight because of Ronda and Shayna and potentially doing the rematch at WrestleMania. And then I can make an argument for Damage Control retaining, because then that means that Bayley can get involved, and that means that we can add Trish to this, and it also keeps the belts on Damage Control, because the longer the belts are on Damage Control, the more those belts are going to matter, and the more Damage Control are going to be boosted, right? Because you want a nice long title reign. We've seen what a long title reign has done for Roman and the Usos. Like, the way that you'll bring legitimacy is by having good regular matches in a long title reign. And to take the belt off Damage Control right now, you could make an argument would be, it wouldn't hurt them, but certainly it would not get as much out of them as we could, like if we kept it on them. Like, you know, they could go on to be a 500 day reign champions. You know, they could have like really long title reign. So yeah, I could make an argument for both ways. So what we're going to do is ask the question and see what you think. So what do you think is going to happen? So who will, this will be interesting, leave as the women's tag champions. Who will leave as the women's tag champions? And just talking about Damage Control, I don't know if you saw the video I put out, but I did after that Jake Paul fight. I saw the interview with Bailey. And I watched it, and I thought there was some really interesting stuff in there. It's only 20 minutes long, but she talks about Sasha, and she talks about how Damage Control started, and she talks about what she wants to do with Damage Control, and actually what she wanted to do with Damage Control from the start. She didn't want it to be 3. She ideally wanted it to be 5 people, and she still wants it to be 5 people, which I thought was so interesting, because she even may have mentioned one of the extra 2 people she would be interested in. And I don't think she mentioned the second, but I got a good idea as to who the other person is. And there was a lot that came out of that 20 minutes with Ariel Helwani. So check that video out if you haven't already. Right, hang on. Becky and Lita or Damage Control. Let's get this up. And then we'll jump back into the chat, see what people are talking about. Damage Control. Boom. Lovely. Right. For the sake of a feud, Damage should retain. But for the sake of the titles, Lita and Becky should win, says Ellis Dub. WWE have got a habit of keeping stables at 3 or 4. Yeah, they do. You're right. You can find exceptions, but by and large, you are right, 3 or 4. And I just think it's a manageable number, because if you have like loads of people in a stable, like what are you going to get? They walk out in a segment, right? They're going to have 15 minutes, whatever, right? How is everyone going to talk? How is everyone going to get TV time? How is everyone going to be able to do promos? How is everyone going to be able to get a chance to shine if the stable is really, really big? You could make the argument that you would give them a couple of segments and whatever, but then you're sort of fracturing the stable, and like it's maybe not as impactful as seeing everyone on screen at the same time. So that's a bit of a problem. And then as well as that, like, where are you going to find opponents from? Like, you're going to need another massive stable to go up against this massive stable. And then, like, what are you going to do? Like a War Games or something like that? Like, you could do a feud between these 2 stables, and that's a story you can absolutely tell. But you're a bit limited beyond that, to be honest. What we tend to see like someone go for the main title, someone go for the tag titles, maybe a 4th that can then go for the mid-card belt. So, it's kind of a nice, if you've got 5, 6, 7, like, all of a sudden then, you start to hit some real limitations with TV time, finding opponents, titles they could go for, or, just things that they can do. So yeah, it's 3 or 4. I mean, I do agree that for me as well is a bit of a sweet spot. I do agree with that. 5, well, I mean, the thing with 5 is 2 go for the tag titles, 1 goes for the SmackDown women's. I don't think you would have anyone go for the Raw title if you was on SmackDown. I mean, I suppose you could send someone over to go after that belt as well. But really the leader of the group should want both of the belts. It would be very strange to have a group that's got 2 world champions in it. Do you know what I mean? Like, then that would strike me as we've got a bit of a power struggle then, which is a story you could tell. I'm not saying you can't do it. You could absolutely do it and tell that story of a power struggle. Could be kind of fun, right? But even then you only need 4 women. You don't need 5. You only need 4. And obviously, the argument would be, yeah, but you can have a 5th person. Like, they don't have to go after a belt. Like, it doesn't matter. They don't need a belt. And, that's fine. But again, at what point do we start struggling for what does this group do as a group? Like, they're all going off getting their own individual titles. But at some point, they've got to fight as a faction. So where's this other faction they're going to fight with? And how are they all going to get TV time, and how are they all going to be able to do promos at the same time? And Do you know what I mean? Like, it does become a bit problematic. So I don't disagree with WWE's size of faction. Add Ronda and Shayna to Damage Control, as Bayley would be great on the mic for them, says Ian. Daniel said, what does Judgment Day do if Rhea wins? They're a Raw group. Well, hopefully they would move to SmackDown, to be honest. I mean, hopefully they wouldn't split up, because I think being in Judgment Day has helped Rhea. And I know that sounds strange, but if you think about what she was doing just before Judgment Day, it was not very good. She was in a bit of a nothing tag team with Nikki. Then she went into a very short nothing tag team with Liv. And it wasn't like she was competing for women's championships, right? It wasn't like she was where she is now. So I think the TV time, being on screen with the likes of Finn, Damian, and obviously the relationship with Dominic has massively helped Dominic. But I think that that's just been a fun little thing for Rhea as well. The whole mommy thing. It's been brilliant for Dominic. It's absolutely transformed Dominic's career. But it's also been a big boost to Rhea. Make no mistake about it. The whole mommy thing has been brilliant for her as well. So I hope she doesn't leave Judgment Day. I would just move Judgment Day over to SmackDown and see where we get then. I mean, we do need a draft. We do need some sort of superstar shakeup, because it's been a while. And not only has it been a while, but it just feels like we are due a bit of a refresh, you know? Does feel, and also we've never had that under Triple H. Don't forget, largely, apart from the people that he's brought in and the odd person that he's switched, largely these are still Vince's rosters. Like Triple H took over, we haven't had a big shake-up since Triple H took over. So largely he is still having to play with, the combinations and configurations that were left for him by Vince. So I would imagine at this point he probably wants to just get WrestleMania out the way. I mean, doing a superstar shakeup now would be pretty crazy. So I can only imagine he wants to get WrestleMania out the way, and then I think we will look at it after then. I'm not saying we're going to look at it immediately after then, but I think we will look at it after then and move a few people around, freshen things up a little bit. And there's obviously people like Gunther that I expect to stay on SmackDown, or maybe he goes to Raw but takes the Intercontinental belt with him. That would mean that the United States champion would have to come over to SmackDown. So that would mean Austin Theory at the moment moving over, which could happen. There's no reason why you couldn't do that. Or equally, they just keep them where they are. But a superstar shakeup, I think, has definitely got to be on the cards in the near future. Knight Rider said, should Gunther pass... Talking of Gunther, excellent. Should Gunther pass Honky Tonk Man's title reign, record title reign? I would be okay with that, 100%. Yeah, I mean, look, records are there to be broken, and streaks are there to be ended, in my opinion. I had no problem with Undertaker losing his streak. I didn't like it being to Brock at the time, right? Because I was a big believer, and I still am a big believer, that whoever beat the streak, just like whoever beats Roman, needs to be someone that is going to benefit, right? And when it turned out to be Brock, I didn't like it at the time. Well, it's not that I didn't like it. I was just in shock. I just didn't think that it would be Brock. And I don't think anyone did, to be honest, right? It's if you wasn't watching wrestling at the time 9 years ago, it's so hard to believe that we watched Undertaker versus Brock Lesnar and none of us thought Brock would win. Like, it's really hard. Like, they did such a good job of, like, it just being... It wasn't... I don't even remember it being that exciting of a build, to be honest. I know there was a few moments. I remember him getting planted through a table and a few things like this, Brock. But I don't remember it being, like, this big, legendary, iconic build. And, oh, my God, who's going to win? This is going to be amazing. I remember it being a little bit subdued. And I remember it just being a bit like, oh, wow, it's going to be Undertaker in it. You can watch prediction videos and people are like, oh, it's going to be Undertaker. Like, yeah, no brainer. Like, that's what made it so shocking, is everyone expected it to go this way and bang, it was Brock and the streak was over. It was brilliant. I mean, at the time, shocking. That's the one thing I took away from the end of Undertaker's streak, was I was shocked. Didn't see it coming. Didn't predict it. Didn't call it. Absolutely caught me off guard. But I wasn't alone, right? I certainly wasn't alone in that. So yeah, I think the streak, looking back on it now, I think it really did help Brock. As funny as that sounds, I think Brock did benefit from it. He bragged about it for a long time. He got a lot out of it. The Brock we saw before compared to the Brock that we saw after, the one we saw before was struggling, hence why we thought Undertaker would win. Don't forget, he lost to like Triple H, and obviously wasn't really getting much in the way of like momentum, like picking up big wins and whatever. And then afterwards, I mean, he destroys John Cena at SummerSlam, goes on to main event WrestleMania. He hadn't been main eventing WrestleMania before that. We had the 2 John Cena Rock matches. It wasn't Brock that was main eventing. But look at WrestleMania 31. Brock's in the main event. And obviously WrestleMania 34, so on. Brock gets into main events then. So there was another level for Brock to go to, actually. And I think the Undertaker streak was what pushed him to that level. So looking back in it, I think it probably did help him. But it's one that still divides opinion. Some people will say that it was wrong to this day. Some people will say it was right. I can only say my feelings on it. My feelings were shocked at the time. But as time has gone by, I've come to accept that it was a perfectly fine call. I'm not going to say it was the perfect call, but looking back now, it might have been, actually. It might have been. Because if you look at how Undertaker declined afterwards, like, Undertaker was still seen as, in his prime, really, he was still seen as the Undertaker. If he'd have lost it at, I don't know, WrestleMania 33, it wouldn't have been as shocking, because by that point, we all knew Undertaker's body was failing him and he was falling apart. And so we would all be waiting, like, is this this might be the and it might, and, we would have got to that point. And, it didn't take us long to get to that point, to be honest, after WrestleMania 30. So timing-wise, they got it at a great time. They got it to a credible opponent, and that person did actually benefit from it. So should Gunther end Honky Tonk Man's Intercontinental title reign? Yes, I believe he should, because, again, he is only just starting out, so he's absolutely going to benefit from him. Is there another level for him to go to? Yes, there's several levels for him to still go to. Obviously, we've not even scratched a world title, let alone main event in WrestleMania. So, there's levels for him to go to. He would benefit from it. And that record has been around since, the late 80s? When Honky Tonk Man, I think it's like 87, 88, around that kind of ballpark. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Long time. I can't believe no one has beaten it since the late 80s. So, that record as well means something to beat. It's not like it got beat last year and now he's going to beat it again or whatever. Like, this hasn't been beaten since, in fact, all the time that I've watched wrestling. Since I very first started watching wrestling, from the moment that I first saw wrestling, this record has never been beaten. That is incredible. That is incredible. So, yeah, it would be such an achievement. And they should really build it up, really make it this massive achievement. And I don't know when the day falls, but ideally, very close to it, we would get a big match where it's like, is such and such going to win? Or is Gunther going to break the record? And, it could be very dramatic. And obviously, Gunther picks up the win and goes on to break the record. So, yeah, that he absolutely should. The record is about 450 days. I mean, I don't know the exact number, of course, but it's around that ballpark. It's 400 and something days, and it's beatable. If you think that like Roman's into the 900 days now as like champion, I think Gunther's already at 250, 280, something like this. So we're probably talking about Gunther holding that championship till around the end of the year. So he needs to be Intercontinental Champion by the end of this year. And he should have done it then. So, yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I think he's been having banger after banger after banger. And they were and have teased him and Drew, haven't they? On SmackDown, we saw Imperium wrestling, and out came Drew McIntyre, and he was watching Gunther. Now, if you remember how awesome Gunther versus Sheamus was at SummerSlam, Gunther versus Drew, it's going to be fire, man. That's going to be so much fun. So, yeah, I'm very excited. It's been a brilliant title reign as well. Brilliant. He's not only had it for a long time, he's had bangers in there. He's had fantastic matches in there. It's got to be one of the best Intercontinental title reigns that I can remember already, because I can already name 4 or 5 matches that have really stood out, that have not just been like, oh, this was fun, but are like, oh my God, that was incredible. That was incredible. Like, there's been about 4 or 5 of them already in this title run. And as we said, potentially we could have another 200 odd days left to go. I think one of the tag titles should be defended in a ladder match, says Michael. AF Dub Wrestling, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Lee said, nice work. 146,000 views on last night's stream. Yeah, I'm really grateful. I mean, YouTube at times it can make you pull your hair out, because you can spend loads of time on a video and then you can upload that video and it can do absolutely nothing, right? And sometimes you can put the work in and you can, get a good result. And I thought that was pretty good. I mean, it felt like everyone was streaming last night. It felt like everyone was doing watch-alongs last night. So to just get a piece of that kind of attention of the people around to join us and watch the fight with us, just to, kind of hold our own in such a crowded marketplace against some big hitters as well. I mean, it felt, as I said, like the former fighters, True Geordie. I know True Geordie was doing it. Former fighters were doing it. Obviously, like boxing channels were doing it. MMA channels were doing it. Like, just felt like the world was doing it. So, yeah, it was a very crowded marketplace, if you will. But that's why I'm so grateful for, and genuinely grateful for you lot that joined us and stopped by, because without the community, I've said before, the community really give us that kind of boost and allow like the stream to be found by others. And then, that's how you do it, basically. I mean, I know a lot of people want to know if there's like a secret trick. Is there a secret word you put in somewhere? Is there a secret box that you tick? Is there a secret thing that you do? And it's not. I mean, the secret is you get a community, and a vibrant community and a passionate community. They then join you, or hopefully, right, for a certain stream or whatever. And because you've already got a certain level of interest, YouTube knows, wow, there's people watching this. And so it will, boost you up the search. Hence, other people will find you. So, that's how it works. I wish I could take the credit, but it's actually got nothing to do with me. I probably play a bit of a part, but it's you lot. Like, it genuinely is you lot that did that. And always do that, continue to do that. It's this community that achieves it. So, as I said, a massive thank you to you guys, because that is the secret. You have a community. People join you for the stream. YouTube looks at it and goes, oh, that looks popular, and then pushes you up the search. That's the trick. But it's not a trick. It's hard work and all of that stuff. So, yeah, no, really, really appreciate it. Because those kind of streams, I mean, in the week, we do these streams, and sometimes they're good, sometimes they're all right. They're never really bad, but like view-wise. But like, they're, bit of a mixed bag sometimes. But that's what puts maybe a bit more pressure on those streams at the weekend to deliver. So yeah, it was a big one. It was been a little while since we'd got into like the 100,000 club. So yeah, it's great. Really appreciate it. James said, old school IC title was a gateway to the world title. Is it really meant to be held this long? World title pushes is what we should want, said James. It's a very interesting comment, James. The only thing I would say is you're right. That probably explains why the record hasn't been broken, because people will come in, use the mid-card belts, and then have them catapulted to the world title. What I would say is that Gunther only arrived... I mean, he arrived just after WrestleMania, I believe. So he's actually been on the roster 350 odd days, something like this, right? And he's got a 280-day title reign. So that's how quickly we moved. So he came in, he had some matches with Drew Gulak. I remember him then getting into a bit of a feud with Ricochet. And it wasn't too long then that he got his Intercontinental title opportunity and took it and won. And boom, off to the races we've been. So he has not been on the roster very long. A lot of people normally come, will have established themselves, like Johnny. Take Johnny Gargano. He's come in, right, done some stuff with Dexter, had a decent showing at the Rumble, had an all right showing at Elimination Chamber, like a very good showing, actually. And so he's at the point where, you could start having a little look at maybe him getting into a feud and at some point going after a mid-card belt. But by the time he does that, he would have already been on the roster for X amount of days. We didn't really have that with Gunther. Gunther wasn't really around very long. So we've actually been learning, or people have been seeing Gunther for the first time that didn't know him as Volta down in NXT and NXT UK. But we've been learning and seeing a lot from him during this title reign. So this title reign has also been a way of really establishing him. And the thing with Gunther as well is that he is obviously a fantastic wrestler. He's someone that's all about respect and authority and doing, treating wrestling the right way and all this kind of... I mean, I love him. The ring is sacred and all this kind of stuff. Wipes his boots before he steps into the ring, which you just don't see people doing these days. You don't see people wiping their boots before they step into the ring. That's an old school thing. Showing respect to the ring and everything. This guy is such a baby face in my eyes. He worships wrestling, shows respect to wrestling, and then gets booed. He's one of the best wrestlers in the world, has some of the best matches, and gets booed. But, he is someone that I think is still being established, still being introduced. I don't think that we've built him up enough to the point where he can make a run for the world title. And actually, I think by the time he drops the Intercontinental, you could really make an argument that he'll be knocking on the door for the world title. So his whole journey in WWE might be playing out whilst he is the Intercontinental champion. From us learning about him, bang, he's won the title really quickly. We're going to learn about him. He's going to establish himself. He's going to build himself to main event status, get involved in some big feuds and everything as IC champion. And then potentially when he does drop it, or maybe even doesn't drop it, but either way, he could go after the world title, having just lost the belt or surrendered the belt or whatever he's done with the belt, still got the belt, and then make a move for the world title. I mean, this could be a bit like Warrior. I mean, don't forget, Warrior versus Hogan was world champion versus Intercontinental champion. So we could see that. Whoever's got the world title, say Cody is world champion. We could do Cody versus Gunther, title versus title. And we could do WrestleMania 6 again. I don't think we will. I think it's probably more likely Gunther will... I don't know if he'll lose it. I mean, I could see value in him staying undefeated, to be honest. I don't know if he'll lose it. I don't know what you would do with it. It's a tricky one. I don't know how it would end. I feel like someone should beat him so that they can benefit. Like a Johnny Gargano should be able to beat him. And then, Johnny benefits. He was the one that beat Gunther. That'd be great for Johnny. It would be a shame that Gunther has a loss on his record, but if he immediately went into a feud then with the world champion, like, that could be interesting. That could be interesting. So, yeah, I think if that is the kind of timeline that we're looking at, then him carrying on and breaking this record, it's not a problem. Plus, as I say, that's not the story you always have to tell. You don't always have to tell the story that this title is catapults you to the world title. I mean, I think it should in Gunther's case, but I'm just talking, about someone else, anyone else. It shouldn't. It doesn't always mean that like you're then ready for the world title. Honky Tonk Man being an example. Honky Tonk Man was the one that had the record for the longest reigning Intercontinental title reign. He didn't get catapulted to the title. He's got the records for longest title reign. And he did not get catapulted up to the title. He actually lost the title to Ultimate Warrior in quick fashion. And it was actually Warrior that ended up going to the title. So, it's just different ways of booking, different stories, isn't there, that you want to tell? It might not be the same story you want to tell all the time. But, no, I love that comment, James, because it's a really good point. You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct in saying that it is the workhorse title, and the majority of the time it is used that way. Yeah. And I think that's a very good explanation as to why that record has stood for as long as what it stood. Wrestle Andy said, I feel they wouldn't even have a match like this without Becky and Lita winning. It's interesting. I mean, yeah, that's true. The only thing I would say is the end goal might be Becky, Lita, Trish against Damage Control, and it might be that they've decided that the way that they're going to add Becky to Bailey to this, is to have her screw over Lita and Becky and cheat them out of winning the tag belts. Then obviously they can cheat them, they can attack them. Out can come Trish, and then we get 3-on-3, and that's how we get to it. So it could just be a way of giving us a big match on the road to WrestleMania, and then just using this match as a bit of an excuse as to why we've got the 6-woman match at WrestleMania. If that is where we're going, I'm not 100% that's where we're going. Might not be where we're going, but it could be where we're going. So there's probably ways that you can book it so that it does make sense, but I don't disagree. I think that this is a big opportunity for WWE to put the tag belts onto 2 very popular baby faces, a very fun tag team as well, but a tag team that's not going to be around for past WrestleMania. I can't see Becky and Lita being a thing after WrestleMania. I mean, maybe they might up until, say, WrestleMania Backlash, which is like a month later, and then maybe drop the belts there if they do have them. But this doesn't feel like it's going to be a long-term thing. I don't expect to be sat here in August with Becky and Lita still women's tag champs. So if you're putting it on them, you're putting it on them, and it's going to be relatively short-term, I think. I must admit, I can't quite get a read of it. I can make arguments for either way, going either way. So I'm going to sit back. I'm going to relax. I don't mind which way they go. I don't have a preference. Like, if they put it on Becky and Lita, that'll be lovely, right? People will be excited. People love Becky and people love Lita. So, fan base will enjoy that. If they keep it on Damage Control, makes sense. Damage Control, extending their title reign. It's making the titles a bit more valuable if they're, kept on team for a while, because they have been hot-shotted around a bit in the past. So, keep them on the team for a while. It's going to help Damage Control. The longer they're champions, EO, Dakota walking around with gold, just looks better, doesn't it? Just looks better. So, I can see value in either way. I really can. I don't know which way it goes. And according to our poll, you are a little split as well, but the majority of you are with Becky and Lita. So it's 62-38, basically 60-40. So not 50-50, not a million miles away. So about 60-40, you are in favor of Becky and Lita. I agree. I think this is a tricky one to call, but I think what Wrestle with Andy just said is a really good point. Like, would they book this if they weren't going to pull the trigger and actually put it on Becky and Lita? If you think of all the different ways they could have gone and the different things they could have done, would they have done this if they're not going to put it onto Becky and Lita? We'll find out tonight. I've got a feeling that Miz is going to host at WrestleMania. Doesn't LA Knight sound better as a host, said Knight Rider. I do like LA Knight as host, actually. I think that's a really good shout. I do like that. I actually thought when he was talking, he made some really good points. He was saying, how can you have an LA WrestleMania without LA Knight? And he said, I'm not going to have a WrestleMania moment. WrestleMania is going to have an LA Knight moment. He is so much fun. He is so much fun. So, yeah, I really wouldn't mind him being the host. I think that'd be great for him as well, because he's still establishing himself. I mean, that feud with Bray actually did him well, I thought. I know losing the Pitch Black match might be seen as a real downer, but he got a lot of screen time. And if you think about how much buzz there was around him before the Bray feud compared to how much people are talking about him now after the Bray feud, I think his little impersonation of Bray was appreciated. The confidence that he talks with, the way that he stands his ground, and he's very witty and he can think off the top of his head very quick. I think there's a lot to like about LA Knight. He's very, very comfortable on the microphone. Very comfortable. You just feel like he's always in control. He's always got something to say. He's always going to be an active part of the conversation. He's never going to get lost. He's never going to be lost for words. He's never going to get stuck. He's always going to be able to think on his feet, even if he has to. And I think that really shone through. So yeah, he's actually one of those rare people that are in a better place, having feuded with Bray rather than struggling a little bit. You know, this is an encouraging sign, actually, because that's one of the big criticisms from when the Fiend was around, was people loved the Fiend and all that stuff, but there's been a few comments from a few wrestlers like Randy Orton, like Seth Rollins, that have come out and said it was very, very hard to do that feud and to try and pick yourself up and get yourself running again after, right? You know, try and come out of it with some form of credibility. And like, that sounds wrong the way I've worded it there, but just difficult. It's really difficult to kind of come out of that feud like running. And LA Knight seemed to do that. And as I said, I think that's encouraging. The fact that we have heard those types of comments get made before, but I felt LA Knight came out a bigger star. So yeah, I agree. I would like. I don't mind LA Knight being. I don't mind the Miz. I mean, the Miz obviously is Hollywood, makes a lot of sense. I don't mind the Miz. That'll still be fun, but LA Knight would be good as well. Travis Drum, shout out to you. I know that I'm struggling just a little bit tonight, more than usual. Is my voice is shot, all right? So sometimes you have to bear with me if I'm not quite seeming as sharp as normal. It's because my voice, I can feel at times, is like 9 hours intense stream will do that. Travis said, I've heard that Triple H's plan is for Gunther to win the King of the Ring and get a major world title push. Gunther winning would make a lot of sense. I hope he can break the record, to be honest. So that would feel a bit early for him to go after the world title, unless he's going to do it as Intercontinental Champion, as we said. I mean, there's no reason as to why he can't go after the world title as Intercontinental Champion. But the only thing is, I can only imagine he wouldn't win. And so if he doesn't win it, then he is going to take a loss. And I don't know, Will it matter as much when he loses the Intercontinental title if he takes a loss to the world title for the world title? Like, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I haven't heard that Gunther is favourite for King of the Ring. I love Gunther. I'm all in on Gunther. I have no problem with Gunther being King of the Ring. I actually think it makes a lot of sense, Gunther winning King of the Ring. I just don't know about the world title push. It's tricky, actually, because who should win King of the Ring? Gunther. I completely agree with that. Definitely. Gunther, right? And should the King of the Ring get a title shot? Yes. It's a massive tournament, and I can't fathom why they've never got a title shot, right? Doesn't make any sense to me. Like that, winning King of the Ring is as difficult as winning the Royal Rumble, right? Going through a tournament and trying to win King of the Ring means you've got to win, 4 matches, maybe 5 matches. Back in the day, you used to have to qualify and all this kind of stuff. So to actually win it should be seen as this massive achievement. So the fact you don't get a world title shot was bizarre. So if they are going to introduce that as part of the prize, makes perfect sense. And Gunther winning and getting a world title shot, love it, right? So I'm all of that I'm totally down for. But the only thing is, I would like him to break the records because I feel like it's actually not a million miles away. And I don't know if he will lose that match. Will it matter? Maybe it shouldn't matter. Perhaps we put a little bit too much emphasis on being undefeated and staying undefeated. You know, maybe it doesn't matter and it shouldn't matter. He's still an amazing competitor, and he lost a match against the world champion. So what? Doesn't mean that his Intercontinental title run has been less than amazing. So yeah, it's interesting. I suppose it's just the way you look at it, isn't it? But Gunther winning, I think, makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. I mean, they're clearly going big on him because, I mean, look at his performance at the Royal Rumble. Whew, incredible. Incredible. So, yeah, for him to win King of the Ring, you can see it, can't you? You can see it. The Ring General. The King of the Ring General. The King of the Ring General. Brilliant. Oh, my God. I haven't heard that, but I am down for it. I am down for it. So, Travis, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Tell you what, there's a lot of talk about Gunther this evening. And I'm totally here for that. Aaron, hello, buds. Hope you're well. Oh, my God, that coffee is cold now. Cold coffee should be all right. I don't know what it is about. I like cold coffee, but I like it when it's meant to be cold. Hot coffee that goes cold. I think there's something in my head that goes, this isn't right. If you buy cold coffee and it's meant to be cold and it was always cold, my head's like, this is what I was expecting. But if you have hot coffee that then goes cold, my head goes, no, this isn't right at all. This is a disgrace. Horrible. Aaron said, Dave, shout out to you for such fun streams. Goat emoji. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support as always. And yeah, look, we just chat away. We just throw out some scenarios, do some fantasy booking, read out some theories, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I mean, look, keeping it bright and breezy. And yeah, it's good. So appreciate it, Aaron. Appreciate it. Omos versus Lesnar sucks, said Thomas. I've got a slightly different view on this. Bit controversial, unpopular opinion. I'm actually not. I'm not that down on it. I totally understand a lot of people being down on it, right? Totally understand. And there's a lot of people that are waiting for this to be revealed as a joke, right? And what has Omos done to make us, for him to be in that position? And what has he done in the ring for us to be excited about him being in a match with Brock, right? So why do I not hate it? Why do I not care about it? I'll tell you why. Because I think Brock needs to have a big opponent. He needs to have an opponent at WrestleMania that is noteworthy. Now, it could be Gunther, and that would be noteworthy because it would be a banging match, right? But having seen them face to face at the Rumble, I was actually quite surprised at how much bigger Brock is. Like, I think it's because Gunther's lost a lot of weight. When Gunther had a bit of timber on him, and he had a bit of, there was a bit more to Gunther. I actually think if we had that Gunther standing opposite Brock, the optics would have looked quite interesting and different. Now, he's lost a lot of his size, and he's trying to put size on in muscle, but it takes a long time for muscle. And so Brock towers over it. Brock, I mean, again, we saw them face to face at the Rumble. Brock is bigger, wider. He's just bigger. Like, the optics make Gunther look a little bit small. Now, I'm not saying that that's a big problem, because Gunther, we all know, is credible, and he's still got a good size to him. It's not like he's tiny or anything. He's still got a decent size, right? But I just think, looking at it, I was like, I was quite surprised. And I wonder if Triple H was as well. I wonder if seeing them face to face was a bit of a, surprise to Triple H. Now, with Omos, he is going to tower over Brock Lesnar. It's actually going to be weird to see, because he towered over Braun. I've met Braun, right? And I was like, that with Braun. So seeing someone tower over Braun blew my mind, right? There is something about Omos that when he is in a certain situation like that, his size still can blow your mind. It still blows my mind. When you see him face to face with Brock, and he is going to absolutely tower over Brock, they can tell a very interesting story about how is Brock going to bring this guy down. Now, the only problem is we have seen Omos beaten, right? Which is a real shame. He should be, if Omos was like undefeated and had never been beaten, and, he'd like look like a monster and just destroy people, it would be just old school, to be honest. I mean, we all remember Giant Gonzalez and Undertaker, and we all remember like Great Khali and Undertaker. And I must admit, I know that those matches were god-awful, and I'm sure this match will be as well. So if you are into it more for the wrestling, I would imagine it's going to be pretty awful. But Brock is someone that is very basic with his wrestling matches. He doesn't do anything adventurous, does he? Striking, German suplexes, a show of strength, chucking people onto tables. Like, these are his go-to moves. Like, he doesn't have like loads of hurricanranas and all this kind of stuff, and he's certainly not going to break out the shooting star press again. So I'm thinking that them being face to face is going to be very interesting. The size difference is going to be very interesting. The build with MVP talking and Omos like towering over Brock and like how is he going to bring him down and all this kind of stuff. That's going to be interesting. Match is going to be god-awful. But I think it's just going to be a fight. It's just going to be a brawl. It's just going to be two of the biggest guys on the roster just going at it. And, it'll be what it'll be. I understand that it's going to look great for the casuals. Brock Lesnar, former UFC champion, right? He is a big draw and is the highest paid person on the roster. I can just totally see all over social media, like images of him and his opponent, and people that don't watch wrestling, that only tune in for WrestleMania, they're going to be like, have you seen who Brock's facing? Have you seen who Brock's facing? He's facing a flipping giant. This dude is like, have you seen him? And I can just see those conversations happening. I can see casual fans that don't watch wrestling, that only tune in for the big shows, that might not even be familiar with Omos, just going, oh my God, have you seen who Brock's got? And it doing all right on social media. So Is it a bit rubbish for us that watch week in, week out? Yeah, to be honest, I totally do get it. I totally do understand why people believe it sucks. But do I understand why they're doing it? Yes. Do I think the build could be fun? Yep. Do I think it's going to look pretty cool when they're face to face? Yep. Do I think the match will be any good? Nope. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So, Thomas, I don't disagree. I just think that I can understand why, and I'm all right with it. I'm all right with it. But it still sucks. Namaste Days. According to you, who is the top contender for Roman except for Cody? Top contender for Roman except for Cody. That means you need a red hot baby face. You need a red hot baby face. Who are the hottest baby faces? Bray Wyatt, Seth Rollins. I'd say Bray is the hottest baby face on SmackDown. And I would say that Seth is the hottest babyface on Raw. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else I've forgotten. But outside of Cody, you know, I'm excluding Cody. I feel like Cody's the hottest. And then you've got Seth. And then over on SmackDown, bit controversial, I feel that Sammy is the hottest babyface. And then you've got Bray. Now, Sammy's had his chance. And I don't think we're going back there. Cody is up next. So then I think the next level below that would be Bray and Seth. Now, Seth has already had his chance. He fought Roman, obviously, dressed in the Shield attire last year's Royal Rumble. You could go back there and you could revisit that, but I don't know what we would do that we haven't already done. So, I don't know. I mean, Bray is an interesting one because Bray, a lot of people will say he doesn't need the title, and I don't disagree. And he's not really shown any interest in the title. Although, again, if you remember how that title run started, like Bray said the other day, you know, he got it from Bray and from Braun. It was a triple threat, wasn't it? Braun and Bray were in a match, and then Roman came down, inserted himself in it, and managed to pick up the win and start his title run. So, you know, there's definitely reason as to why Bray would go after Roman. There's definitely a reason. There's a history. There's a big history, actually. There's a lot that's happened between them. And, you know, you could definitely come up with a reason why you would do it. You could definitely find a reason. Will they do it? I don't think so. I think that Cody's winning it, to be honest. I think Cody wins the title. But there's definitely options for Roman if he gets past Cody. There's definitely people that he can face. And at some point, he would have to face Bray, surely. Bray's one of the biggest stars on the roster. He's a babyface. At some point, you would have to get to that match. Even if people don't want him to go after the title or whatever, you would just have to do it. So, but I don't think he gets past Cody, as I said. So, don't think it's a worry. I don't think it's a problem. Do you think Solo can replace Jay at WrestleMania, thus making Jay still be on Sammy's side? Said, hello, Elon Musk. Do I think they could do that? Yeah, they could do that. I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would do that because I think the Usos have got amazing chemistry. They're one of the best tag teams. You're sort of taking one of the best tag teams in this generation and butchering them, weakening them. Like Jimmy and Solo, I know they're brothers, but they haven't competed together. So, like, what chemistry have they got? I know they're brothers, but we've never seen them work together. Like, tagging each other, like knowing when to tag in, when to tag out. Like, Solo hasn't been a tag team wrestler. So, again, being brothers will get you so far with an understanding. But actually knowing tag team wrestling, doing tag team wrestling, Solo just doesn't have that sort of experience. I would see that team as being very weak, to be honest. They would need to have matches and look really dominant building up to WrestleMania if they were going to do that. So, yeah, I wouldn't go that way personally. I just think if you've got one of the hottest tag teams ever, why would you want to ruin it and rock the boat and take one member out and weaken them? And I don't know. There are different ways you can go with this story, and there's definitely people that would do that. I just personally wouldn't. Ifla, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friend. Said, how has your day been? Not really much to it, to be honest. I mean, I went to bed quite late because we did the stream. I then did the Bailey video. I then tried to catch up on emails and notifications and all that kind of stuff. And so by the time I went to bed, I ended up getting up, having something to eat, catching up with things, and here we are. So it's been a bit weird, to be honest. I don't feel like I've really managed to get much achieved. So I'm looking forward to this show, though. And the coverage has begun, but of course it's just a video package at the moment. What do you think is inside Miz's envelope? Good question, my friend. What is inside Miz's envelope? I think it's going to be him. I'm going to say it's him. I think him hosting WrestleMania makes a lot of sense. But is that something Maurice can get him for an anniversary gift? Is that something Maurice can sort for him? Like, maybe it is. And maybe that's what it is. I do think, though, that a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame is definitely in the running as well, though. I could definitely see that being an option. So we've gone through the options earlier, or some of the options. And yeah, I don't know. I think the hosting thing is definitely on the table. I think the hosting thing's definitely on the table. I think it was Serious Gaming that mentioned it immediately last week when the envelope was there. Like, bang, he's going to host WrestleMania. But I do like the Hollywood Walk of Fame thing because you can buy those. And if this is an anniversary gift, she could have gone and bought him that. And I could see that being the case. Right, here we go. WrestleMania goes Hollywood's logo. We are over at the arena. Biggest WrestleMania of all time. Who's going to open the show? We're in Grand Rapids. Oh, yay. Usos. Guessing this is going to be Jimmy on his own. Jimmy and Solo. Oh, it's a match. Ah. Jimmy and Solo. So, are they going to do that then? I haven't seen the official breakdown for this show. I don't look at it anymore because I think it's just a bit spoilery. I'd rather just watch it. So I had no idea. There was nothing on the preview that said that we were getting Jimmy and Solo. So I had no idea we were getting these two as a tag team. So could it be that we're taking a look at them as a tag team? If this is going to be the plan, then we're going to need them to look very good. If the plan is that it's going to be these two against Sammy and Kevin, then these two need to look really good right now. Because I think that it not being the Usos is a problem. This team doesn't mean anything. Well, I can't say that, but it's not the Usos. Right, well, it looks like we're going to get... Who are they facing? I don't even know who they're facing. Interesting start to Raw. Solo and Jimmy. Do you think we'll see two big pillows in Bayley's pants tonight? I would like to rest my head on those. I don't think she needs them, mate. Don't think she needs any padding. You know that. You know that. Families fight all the time, said Jimmy. Families fight all the time. Sammy chants. Some Jay chants as well, I think. If you come for one member of the Bloodline, you come for all the members of the Bloodline. So he's talking about Kevin, Sami Zayn. Do you think Kevin got one over on the Bloodline at Royal Rumble? No. Do you think Sami got one over on the Bloodline? No. And then he said, do you think Cody will? Now we got Cody chance. Smile on Jimmy's face. So he's hyping him up about Cody. And he says, do you think that he will at WrestleMania? The crowd say yes, and he says, hell no. Street Profits. They're going to be the opponents. Bum, bum, bum. I bet they lose the match, but it will be some kind of stipulation that since Solo isn't a real part of the team, the Usos didn't lose, said Bismo. Is it for the titles? I have no idea. I mean, if this is going to be the team that takes on Sami and Kevin, they need to win this match. It's the Bloodline, said Street Profits. Street Profits are here. They're going to get smoked. If you notice, Jay is now coming through the crowd, just like Roman used to. Could we see a week where Jay wears the vest to the ring, said Steve. I don't think so. I don't think that's the story. I don't think I don't think they're trying to make him like do the Shield thing. I mean, I think he's coming through the crowd more because he's not a part of the Bloodline, and they don't want to make out that he's just backstage. Because if he was just backstage, they'd probably run into him. So having him come through the crowd sort of suggests that he's just arrived and he's not like just hanging around backstage. So I think that's more the optic. Okay, so Montez. You can't run Raw and SmackDown. You can't even run your own family. This crowd seems a little quiet. Talk a lot of trash, especially for someone that got bodied by the Bloodline. Dawkins, Montez stepping up to Jimmy. Montez throwing in the name of the place just to wake this crowd up. They're very quiet. It might just be a respectful thing, though, because Montez was talking, so I think they were all just intently listening. I think it could just be a respect thing. They've been chanting and everything, so I don't think they're going to be like really quiet and flat. But they were very quiet there. You could have heard a pin drop when Montez was talking then. Right, Street Profits are down. They attack Solo and Jimmy. And tag match coming up after the break. So, interesting way to start the show. Big moment for Jimmy, because normally he is standing there and Paul Heyman is talking, or Roman is talking, or Sammy is talking, or Jay's getting animated. I would say those are the two members of the Bloodline that speak the least. Like Jimmy and Solo just don't really talk that much. So having them go out there, open Raw, and not have Heyman or Roman or Sammy kind of, do any talking in that segment. That was big for them. I thought he did all right. Do you think Wobbly Rawrus will make his love on Brandy tonight? Listen, I can only imagine that's just constantly playing in Cody's minds. If I win the title, I might win a title, but I will lose my wife. What do I value more? Mitchell said, do you think with Bayley saying she wants to add more to damage control and do more with it, would impact who wins tonight, or do they break up damage control? No, I don't think it's going to affect what they're doing tonight. I got the sense that Bayley wants damage control to be bigger, and she didn't want to say anything because she feels like there's a chance it could happen. So obviously if she says like, yeah, well, I want to add this person, like she's kind of giving the game away. So I think we're probably talking about like post WrestleMania plans, to be honest. I don't think we're doing anything soon. I just think that was a bit of an insight as to where her head is at and what she would like to do. And the way she was talking, and obviously she can't tell us the truth, if you will. She can't come out and say, yeah, it's done, it's all sorted, it's definitely happening. But just the reading of it and the wording of it made it seem like it wasn't done. It's something she still wants to happen. She thinks she can get it to happen. And I get the feeling that it's not something that we're close to. So I certainly don't see anything happening this side of WrestleMania. I think we're probably going to look at post-WrestleMania, honestly, if at all, because you know how these things go, and people picking up injuries and stories evolving and blah, 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 blah. So, no, I don't think that plays a part or a factor. I bet the Usos are gutted. They've gone from having fun and corpsing to now having to be deadly serious, said Steve. It's hard to think when Usos will be back. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think they had a great time when Sammy was in there, and I would imagine they were all gutted when it came to an end, to be honest. I bet Sammy was gutted but excited because on to the next chapter, But I think when you've been doing house shows and arriving to Raws and SmackDowns and meeting up with them, and I bet they have a laugh backstage. They seem to have a great chemistry. So you didn't get the feeling that they were struggling to be around each other, obviously. So it looked like they have fun backstage, looked like they have fun on camera. It just looked like they were having a great time, yeah. So I'd imagine they were probably all a bit gutted when it was like, right, we need to wrap this up now. But you get on with it, I mean, like you just tell the stories for as long as you tell them, and they go where they go. So we are underway with Street Profits against Jimmy and Solo. This is how we're opening Raw this week. And as we said, this is maybe a little look at what the WrestleMania team could be. It's funny because I was saying I wouldn't do this if unless you're going to put them together and give them some big wins, because I just think that their chemistry is going to be questionable. Like the Usos are well established. They've been on the roster for 13 years. To my knowledge, I don't think we've ever seen, not once have we seen Solo and Jimmy as a tag team. This is, to my knowledge, the first time. I don't recall ever seeing these two team together before. I mean, they will have teamed maybe in a 6-man with Jay as well, but I mean strictly as a tag team. So I think if you're going to have these two at WrestleMania, you need to give them big wins. You need to give them momentum. You need to make them look as good as what the Usos were. It's interesting. I wonder if that's why we're doing the match. I wonder if that is the plan. They're just showing Montez. We got picture-in-picture. Just showing Montez climbing up Elimination Chamber and coming crashing down onto a load of people underneath. I'm going to go to SmackDown this Friday, said Justin. Have a great time, dudes. Have a great time. Days, who do you think could return or debut after Raw? I could see Ciampa returning, said Joey. Yeah, I can see that, bud. I can see that. I think you've got to look at the likes of Carmelo and Braun and Grayson. I think Mandy would have come up maybe at that time as well. So, I don't know, women's wise, who we could be looking at. I mean, we don't know what to do with Indy Hartwell, do we, down in NXT? We know that it worked with her and Dexter. And if I was Triple H, I'd bring her up. I would bring up Indy. I would do The Way, actually. I thought The Way were fantastic in NXT. That was Candice, Johnny, Dexter, and Indy. I would bring them up. I think that you could do some great stuff with them. They were a fun little faction. You could have the guys going after the tag belts. You could have the girls going after the women's tag titles. You could do like some mixed tag matches. There's a lot. I mean, it'd be I could see some mileage out of that. Right, commercial break. So yeah, I would definitely go that way. Do you think they'll do Sammy and Jay solo Jimmy? Well, I didn't. I was under the impression it was going to be Sammy and Kevin. That's been the rumor for a long time. I suppose at the moment it's just keeping you guessing, but I'm still going to say that it's going to be Kevin and Sammy against the Usos. That's been the rumor for a long time. Could plans have changed? Absolutely. Absolutely. Could that rumor have been incorrect? Absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a direction that we could go. We could go that way. But I've been expecting Kevin and Sammy against the Usos. So I think, look, Jay's got to make a decision, hasn't he? That's obvious. He hasn't made it yet. He's since the Royal Rumble and he walked off, he's stayed on the fence and he doesn't know what to do. And at some point, he's going to make a decision. Now, if he chooses the Bloodline, it's done, innit? I mean, that's it. But he might not choose the Bloodline. I think Solo should be in the tag titles instead of Jay, because Solo is there every week, but Jay isn't. Jay, face red, droopy eyes, said Chris. Let him in. Shout out to you. Austin, hello. Hope you're well. Could WWE make intergender tag titles? Mixed tag titles? I don't think so. They could, but I don't think they will. And intergender is when you have men taking on women, women taking on men. That's just not something WWE like to do. It's not. They have done it. I mean, we did Akira Tozawa against Rhea Ripley recently, but like Akira refused to hit Ripley, and so it was really her hitting him, and it was a bit of a nothing match as a result, to be honest. She ended up winning, and, you know, it was what it was. WWE just... You just can't have men hitting women, to be honest. It's just not a good look, and it's not something the networks want. So intergender wrestling is just... It's a bit of a no-go. I think they would like to have Rhea potentially have a little look at, like, you know, a mid-card belt in the men's division. I think if maybe the network was a bit more comfortable with it, I think that would be something they might be open to, but I just don't think that'll happen, to be honest. And I must admit, I don't think it should happen. I don't think it should happen, because as much as it helps the women and Rhea, I think it doesn't look great for the guys to lose to a woman, even a woman as powerful as what Rhea Ripley is. Because if you're at this level where you have not only got to WWE, but you've got to the point where you're competing for one of the mid-card titles. You really have to be or you should be a fantastic wrestler. And you should be not only fantastic, but guessing there must be some sort of strength and size that you've got in order to get to that level. So competing against like someone like Rhea, it's just, I don't think it's a good look, to be honest. I think it's a good look. I mean, we don't get like women playing men in tennis. We don't get like men's and women's teams playing basketball against each other. We don't get like men and women playing against each other in soccer and all this kind of stuff. So we don't get men and women. I mean, we wouldn't have men and women boxing against each other, would we? And we don't have men and women going up against each other in the UFC. So like intergender wrestling is something that really divides opinion. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. Just because, like, we don't see it in other sports. Mixed ones, I don't mind. Because mixed tag matches, men go against the men, women go against the women. So I don't mind it there. Could we get mixed tag belts? I'm going to say no, because at the moment they're struggling to book women's tag belts and have credible teams and credible opponents in a healthy division. So trying to build a mixed tag division, I think it would be very, very tricky. It would be very tricky. So I don't think that's something they're going to look to do. We are back to the action, and we've got both people down. We got Angelo Dawkins trying to get over to Montez. Solo makes the tag. In comes Montez. Duck underneath. Strikes coming in by Montez. Striking away, clothesline. And back elbow. Jimmy Uso grabbing the leg of Montez. Montez flips over the top. Oof. Belly to back suplex. Montez fired up, pointing at the WrestleMania sign. Standing moonsault. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out by Jimmy. So kick out by Jimmy. Montez coming in all kinds of fired up. Beautiful standing moonsault there by Montez. Just showing a replay of it. Looked absolutely fantastic. Montez is very, very impressive. I mean, he is just a big future star in waiting. Over the top to the outsides. It reminds me a lot of like Rocky Johnson. Big boot. Ah, lovely kick. Climbing up top. It took a little bit too long there, and I'm really pleased that Jimmy hit him, because there was this little awkward moment where I think Montez was going to crossbody and he couldn't get his foot in, and Jimmy was a little wobbly, and it was just starting to look a little bit like, come on, Jimmy, do something. Don't just wait to be jumped on. I'm really pleased that like he had this little wobble and then he composed himself and bang. So it was just because Montez couldn't quite get his foot in. There's the crossbody. There it is, 2, and shoulder up. So I think the crossbody we just got there, we probably should have got a few moments earlier. Look at that. Look at the height. Bang. Lovely. Montez on fire in there with Jimmy. We got Solo and Dawkins on the outside. Shot coming in there by Jimmy. Kick to the midsection. Another kick coming in. Lovely enziguri kick. Tag, in comes Solo. Montez goes over, nails Solo. Gets picked up on the shoulders. On his feet, against the ropes goes Jimmy. Up. Oh! Big spine buster by Montez. Tag, in comes Dawkins. Street Profits in control. Going up top right now. Solo comes up though. Solo pushes Montez off the top. Super kick. Dawkins in trouble. Samoan spike. And Solo looks like he's going to get the pin. And he does. Solo pins Dawkins, Solo, and Jimmy pick up a good win against a good team. Does the Bloodline look in disarray tonight? Says Corey Graves. Does the Bloodline look in disarray tonight? Solo going outside, grabbing a chair. So Solo and Jimmy win with a Samoan spike. Is someone going to come to the aid of Montez? Where's Bianca? Where's Bianca? Is Bianca not watching this match? Your husband's in trouble, Bianca. Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens in there. Bang! Kevin Owens attacking Solo and attacking Jimmy. I'm not done until you're done, said Kevin. I'm not done until you're done. I'm not even close. There we go. Kevin inserting himself. Kevin Owens prevents a post-match beatdown. Diddly-dun. Diddly-bob, diddly-bob. Randy Orton is going to return at WrestleMania and RK the hell out of Cody, sparking a rehashed feud, says Camilio. Nicely done, Triple H, said Chris. Howdy, Theo. Right, we're going to hear from Brock now, are we? Can you officially count The Rock Roman out of WrestleMania 39? I think so. Yeah, I mean, it felt like it took a big knock when we didn't get The Rock saving Sammy at Royal Rumble. And then we went, well, it's not completely dead in the water because we do have Elimination Chamber. And then he wasn't at Elimination Chamber. And now we're 30-odd days away. Roman Cody makes all the sense in the world. It's being advertised. It's done, innit? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we've said before, like, when you sort out a WrestleMania in Hollywood, the very next call that you make is to The Rock. And the only thing I can think is they made that call. And he turned around and said, look, I can't commit to anything right now. I need to have a look closer to the time. And so get back to me then, kind of a thing. And they got back to him and he was like, nope. I'm too busy. I don't know. Because we've known that this WrestleMania is in Hollywood for a long, long time. Years. He would have had plenty of warning. So I can only imagine he just wanted to weigh up his options closer to the time. And he's picked Hollywood over wrestling. I hate him. We've been robbed. We've been denied. So, yeah, I think it's done. Brock, please say no, said Butterscotch. Omos is going to be the next champion. He will beat Cody. Lamar said, I don't want Brock versus Omos. Knight Rider said, are we getting Bronson Reed Otis tonight? I have no idea. I haven't said that. That is not on the official breakdown. But we all know that Fightful do put out the actual cards. So I can't say. It's not been advertised. I think this segment is going to take a swerve, said Samantha. Gio said Omos versus Brock is a Vince match. There's no way Triple H would book this and had this match planned. Brock needs to say no. I would rather see Bronson Otis than Brock Omos. Will Brock slamming through the table during the next segment? I don't think so. I don't think Brock's going to get the better of Omos. Omos is mid, said Theo. John said Brock deserves a better opponent than Omos. What is this Edge Creed mashup? Some little advert for Creeds. What does Edge have to do with Creed 3? I'm not aware that he's got anything to do with Creed 3, to be honest. Creed 3 does look good, though, said Mark. Maybe Omos will get injured and Gunther will step in, said Inside Out and Again. The reports are it is Brock Omos. The plans and the reports are, unless it's going to be a big swerve and no one knows about it, the belief is that it is going to be Brock and Omos at WrestleMania. So I am not expecting this to take a swerve. WWE don't want to give me Bray versus Brock, said Austin. That's not on Triple H. Brock wanted to work with Omos, said Camilio. Hopefully it's Swerve Hurt Business will come out and we get Bobby Brock one last time, said Gio. Brock not going to take those slaps. 7 years. What, that's how long you've... 7 years? 7 years for what? He's a trainer in Creed 3. Is he? So he is actually in Creed 3. Wow, I didn't know that. Very cool. Right, we are at commercial break. Reviews for Creed 3 are very good, said Tharuka. Mark said, I can't see Becky winning tonight. Well, we have got our poll running at the moment, and it's not really moving. We've had over 1,000 votes now. We never asked for this on Raw streams, but if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. Leave a like. If you haven't left a like, leave a like on this stream, only because I would be very interested to see how many likes we could get compared to normal. I don't want to start doing this. Don't worry. We're not going to start doing this. I'm just interested to see. Normally, I'd never look at them. I wonder normally if we get 100 likes or something, and then on this stream we get 400 or something. Don't know. I never ever pay attention to the likes on these streams. But just as a little experiment, leave a like if you haven't left a like on the stream. You've certainly voted. We've had over 1,000 votes. Pretty sick, isn't it? 66% Becky and Lita, 34% Damage Control. So seems like a good amount of you think that there's going to be new women's tag champs tonight. WWE Legends, China. John Cena and The Rock, WWE rivals. WWE Superstar Sunday on A&E. Right. Don't miss Creed 3. I don't know when that's out in the UK. It's probably a little bit behind the American release date, but here's the beast. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. It's Brock. And he is there as well. The beast. Bum, bana. Honestly, when these two are face to face, it's going to be pretty wild, man. Moss is going to be towering over Brock. Brett versus Stone Cold episode is going to be legit. Bork Laser said erase your minds. Street Profits versus Bloodline at WrestleMania for the tag titles, said Tyler. I could see Damage Control retaining, said Michael, but it won't be a clean finish. Someone might come out and interfere on Damage Control's behalf. Brock said no. Brock is always fun, said Retribution. Hello. Halftime scores are about an hour away. They are. Creed 3 is on March 3rd. We've got, it's a VIP lounge by the looks of it. So we've got, barriers. And we've got sofas and table and champagne. Brock looks a little bit lost. There we go. Brock sat on the sofa. He's got a smile on his face. So Brock sat down on one of the sofas. Now we're going to wait for MVP. Yeah, it is weird. It is MVP. It's taking his time, isn't he? Brock's just kind of sat there watching MVP make his way down. He's applauding him. This isn't how I envisaged it. Here's Brock. Brock in the ring. He stands up, grabs the microphone. Pardon me for being a little early. Please join me if you wish. Please join me if you wish. Please join me if you wish. I love that. Brock Lesnar is all about business, did he say? Suplex City chants. Yeah, you said something about business. Brock's all about business. I'm here to listen. I'm here to listen to you in this beautiful VIP lounge. It looks god-awful. We're talking business, yeah? I don't have to worry about going to Suplex City. Brock's laughing. No suplexes tonight, said Brock. Boo! I know Brock's a man of his words. Okay, we're gonna sort business here. Okay. You didn't insult me with what you said last week. Sell me and these people this fight. I came here tonight to possibly do some business. Hype the fight. So Brock tells MVP to hype the fight. You had your hands full with the almighty Bobby Lashley. You couldn't have your way with Bobby. You couldn't have your way with Bobby, so you think you can have your way with the 7'3" tall Nigerian giant? Bobby's like, ooh. Brock excited faces are a bit, ooh. Giant will conquer a beast. No Suplex City. However, a radar does show a large F5 in the immediate future, said J. Ray. Very good. Very good. Do you think we'll see Sikoa versus Kevin at WrestleMania? I think it's going to be the tag match that Kevin will be in. I don't know what we do with Solo. He might be in that tag match. High five on that one. Brock enjoyed it. That was damn good. That was damn good. I accept your challenge. We got big business. I think we should shake on it. MVP takes a few steps back. I don't think MVP wants to shake on it. Let's do a toast. Let's do a toast. Should we do a toast? No, let's shake on it. Handshake. Okay. So the deal is done. Get over here. Get over here. What's Brock got? What's Brock got? You're a baller. And a hypester? I'm just a farmer, said Brock. I got the good stuff. What's he got? Oh, hello. He's got a hip flask. MVP's concerned. Yeah. Brock takes a drink. Woo! Woo! Tang to it. MVP's like, I'll just have the champagne. No. You'll drink Brock's drink. And you're going to enjoy it. You won't make me drink alone, will you? Drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it. What is in it? White lightning. Where I come from, that is white lightning. MVP takes a fair bit there. Struggling to go down. Oh, he spits it. He spits it at Brock Lesnar. Oh! Oh, run, 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 run. Fight or flight. It's got to be flight. Flight! Flight! Run! What are you waiting for? Oh my God, run! 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 Don't help him dry off. Run! Don't touch me. Putting the top back on. Putting the top back on. Brock Lesnar just got spat in the face. Not happy. MVP gets picked up. Boom! F5! Tell you what. How often do you see Brock Lesnar get spat in the face? Could you imagine if you was MVP? Imagine you're MVP. You rock up to Raw and you're like, right, what are we doing tonight? They're like, right, this is what we need you to do. You're in a segment with Brock. Ooh, okay. Get in, get out, yeah? Sort of. We need you to spit in his face. Sorry, I didn't catch that. You want me to do what again? Yeah, we need you to spit in Brock's face. Oh, okay. I'm not walking out tonight, am I? No. There will be a stretcher involved. Right, we've got Becky and Lita. RIP MVP, said Rory. NH said, that was fun. Hit that white lightning, said Linda. That was a good segment, said Chris. I'm not done yet, said Lita. Becky says, that's really interesting from Becky. She said it's been a secret bucket list item for her to win those tag titles, but it's no secret she doesn't play well with others. Bayley can get involved if she wants, but we'll take care of her. There we go. Boom. Lita should be a tag champ, said Austin. Here's Cody. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes is taking on Chad Gable. Chad Gable of Alpha Academy. Shoosh. I think Liv and Fat Liv should be tag champs. Who's Fat Liv? This Friday. With Roman's bloodline in pieces, he takes matters into his own hands. What does the tribal chief have in store for Jey Uso? Oh my God. Oh my God. What does the tribal chief have in store for Jey Uso? I think train set. I think buy him a train set. Try and win him back over. Maybe a BMX. It's going to need to be something on that scale. Come back over. Come back over. We know you're hurting. Here's a train set. Yeah? Here's a scale extric. Come on. Come on. Come back to the bloodline. Yeah? It's going to be that. He's going to have gifts. He's going to have BMX. He's going to have scale extric. What else are the kids into? I don't even know. Do kids even care about toys these days? Or do they just like PS5? It's going to be a PS5. It's going to be a PS5 with Hogwarts Legacy. That game. It's going to have that game that people are raving about. People love that game. Maybe he's got the new PS5 VR headset. I don't know. But it's going to need to be something on that level. A set of Legos. Shaquem said he needs a PS5. That's it. Done, innit? Done. Friday is from Washington. Batista is going to be there on SmackDown. Hogwarts Legacy is so good, said Mitchell. He's going to love it. Jey Uso is going to love it. Ray said, I was hoping tonight would be Otis versus Bronson Reeds. What an incredible feud this is going to be. MVP can't sell me on Omos versus Brock, said Thomas. Justin said, how did Saturday's pay-per-view first begin in the first place? Was it Super Showdown in 2018? That was a Saturday show. That I think was just a one-off bit. What with it being Saudi Arabia? I think the decision was made last year for them to start doing Saturday shows. But we have some of them Saudi shows have been on, I think, hasn't one or I seem to remember some being on a Thursday. So some of them Saudi shows have had some very weird, very, very weird times and days and whatever. So I see them as a bit of an exception. Are kids still planking and MySpace? I am. I don't know what the kids are doing, but I certainly am. Theo said, I want a 4-pound bag of Brock Lesnar's dry meat rub. It's delicious. Maybe that's the secret ingredient. in White Lightning. Who knows? Can you see the new mask design made by Kyle? I sent you the picture on Twitter. No. I don't look at Kyle's tweets, to be honest, buds. Anything to do with WWE will come through WWE. Like, the stuff that Kyle puts out, they're just little teases and things. And it's just not worth the time, to be honest. No shade on Kyle whatsoever. He's doing his thing, but I just don't think there's anything that comes out of, like, his tweets. I've said before that, like, I remember him tweeting out ages ago, like, cryptic pictures, and nothing came of them. Nothing came of them. And then a rabbit picture that he tweeted out turned out to be, like, years old and just wasn't connected. So some of it is concept art, and it's interesting to look at, but there's nothing. I really don't think there's anything that he's going to tweet out that's going to be, like, really significant. Like, and it's going to mean something going forward, you know? I could be wrong. I haven't seen the tweet. I could be completely wrong, but just up until this point, I haven't really interacted with, like, Carl's tweets or Jason's tweets. I'm just of the opinion that if it's part of the story and it's something we need to know about, then it's going to come through WWE, or it'll come directly from Bray, you know, or it'll come from, you know, those kind of channels. If Vince takes over creative again, would you be disappointed? Here's Cody. Would I be disappointed? I would. Would I be disappointed? No, I wouldn't be disappointed. I think, honestly, I think Triple H has improved the product, but he's dropped some clangers, in my opinion. There's definitely a list of things that we can go through where I think Triple H has been wrong, right? And not even the Sammy situation. Look at the cash-in from Austin Theory. Look at how Liv was booked at SummerSlam. Like, there's things that I don't think he's got right. So he's not been perfect. Saying that, I doubt anyone would be. So no shame, no shade. As I said, you know, it's a tough job. You're not going to get absolutely everything right, and it is a better product than Vince. But I have watched WWE since the early 90s. Triple H only took over last year. So, you know, would I be disappointed? No. I think the majority of people would, because they appreciate the improvements. But for me, I don't think it makes a massive difference, to be honest. Right, I've got a little issue here. Let me just fix this. I just had a message pop up saying your internet has gone down. This TV channel is not available. So I was like, oh, has it? I'll be the judge of that. Thank you very much. So I just had to quickly fix that. But we haven't missed anything. We are underway, Cody and Chad Gable. So yeah, just go back to that last question. Would I be disappointed? I think it would be a bit of a step backwards. I do think Triple H has brought improvement to the show, but I don't think that it's a drastic change. I don't think this is like it's not like a completely different product. It's not like a completely different show. And you know, if you think about everything you've enjoyed throughout the 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010s. Like, that all came out of Vince. That was all Vince. So, kick. This should be a great match. Trini said, I disagree. I'd take Triple H's mistakes over Vince. He's senile. He doesn't remember his own booking. Yeah, I don't disagree that Triple H has had an improvement and made the shows better, but I don't think it's a drastic improvement. I don't think it's like an incredible improvement. I think that I think, to be honest, we're still in the process of building, if I'm completely honest. I think he's made a few mistakes, and I think that he's got time to just get his feet under the table. I don't think he's necessarily hit the ground running. I think that he's still in the process of doing it. Case in point, damage control. So damage control, I think we can all agree, have been a little flat. You know, I think a lot of people say they prefer Bayley before she was in damage control. So actually, people prefer Bayley when she was booked by Vince. But damage control have got potential. We just haven't properly cracked it yet. And I'm sure we'll get there. I mean, Bayley's a fantastic performer. Io's a fantastic performer. Dakota's a fantastic performer. We've just had to try and establish them, and trying to establish them. They're still establishing themselves. So some things like that, I think, are time. And honestly, I think Triple H is learning. I think he's learning. I think that it's one thing to watch Vince do it, but to actually have the book and book it yourself, I think, you've got to make mistakes. You got to try some stuff, get it wrong, learn from those mistakes, and move forward. And I think that we are seeing that with Triple H. I think Triple H has not hit the ground completely running. He's done some great stuff, and there has been an improvement in the show. Like, if you remember, some of them Raws we used to watch were like, oh God, Raws used to be a real challenge. SmackDown, by and large, has always been a pretty easy watch because Bloodline have been so good for so long. But Raw, for the longest time, just really didn't have much going for it. But so I would say that there's definitely been an improvement, but it's been a few mistakes. I think that he's still learning how to get the most out of things and bring the best out of people. And, for example, there's plenty of people that just haven't really been feeling the Uncle Howdy stuff. I think people like Bray, but I do have people telling me, and they could be lying, but I do have people telling me that they were big Fiend fans that are just not feeling the Uncle Howdy stuff. So I don't know. White Rabbit was amazing. Uncle Howdy is, I think, debatable. I think there's people that are really into it. I think there's people that just don't like it. I think Damage Control have been a bit... I think he's tried to do stuff with the tag division. It hasn't worked. Tag division doesn't really feel any bigger than it has before for me. I think that he's trying to get... Again, this is what I'm saying. He's trying to build it. He's trying to do some work there. I just don't think that it's... flourished yet. Let's put it that way. I think we're putting some pieces in place. I don't think it's quite flourished yet. So I don't know. I don't know like how... I don't know when we can really make a fair judgment, You see this in sports, actually. There's a manager called Graham Potter who's just took over from Chelsea, and he is a very promising up-and-coming manager, and he's just been given a big job, and he's on a bad run. And the conversation now is, should they fire him, even though he's only got the job just before Christmas? Is now too soon to fire him? Or do you stick with him, give him a season, let him bring in some players? There's a big conversation around what you do with this guy in English football right now. Like, what do you do with him? How long do you give him? And I don't think it's like that bad for Triple H at all, right? I don't think it's a case of, should we fire him at all? Nowhere near. We've seen improvement. But I just think that it's not been the seismic shift that I think a lot of people were expecting. It doesn't mean it won't be, though, because that's the conversation. At some point, all these little things that he's put in place, trying to improve the tag division, trying to legitimize the mid-card titles, trying to rehash Austin Theory's character, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. Like, eventually, all of it is going to start paying off, and maybe those payoffs will be WrestleMania, and maybe, we'll get some big stuff there. I honestly think as well, he needs to shake up the rosters, because I think he needs to maybe break up some tag teams that he doesn't rate, form some new tag teams that he wants to work with, change up like where certain superstars are, and really make this his show, like his creative, you know? Because at the moment he's having to use creative for Vince's rosters. So right now, would I be disappointed? I wouldn't. I wouldn't, because I've always enjoyed WWE. Yeah, there's been weeks that have frustrated me, but the big picture stuff has largely been, you know, very good under Vince. And, you know, Undertaker, Stone Cold, Attitude Era, John Cena, all that kind of stuff. It's all great under Vince. Vince got a lot right. He just gets a bad rep now because of, like, the accusations, the decline in ratings, and all that kind of stuff. But I love WWE, and I love it where we've been and its history and everything. And I think Vince is one of the best bookers. He made loads of mistakes, loads. We could sit here and do a whole stream of mistakes that Vince made. But I think he got a lot right as well, you know. And that does get forgotten. He got a lot right. Clearly. I mean, look at where the company is. Shot coming in by Cody. What superstar would you like to feature more on Raw or SmackDown? Probably Dana Brooke. I know that she is someone that a lot of people will be like, eh? But in all fairness, a lot of stars get TV time anyway, you know? She's someone that doesn't get that much TV time. Like, she just doesn't get much TV time at all. And she's been around for a long time. If you give her something to do, she gives her all. Like, she works really hard. She gives her all. She seems like a great person. Like, they just can't find anything for her to do from a creative point of view. She's been on that main roster years and years and years and years and years. And they keep her around for some reason. Like, she's never lost a job or anything. She always survives. But we just never give her anything to get her teeth into. I feel really sorry for her. Really sorry for her. So I feel like, you know, we use a lot of people quite well. I think the majority of people get onto TV now. I don't think catering is a very crowded place these days. But Mustafa Ali, I'd love for them to find something good for him to do. Like, give him a really good gimmick. He can go in the ring and he can talk. But I just feel like the packaging isn't right for him. Chad gets thrown to the outside. So we could definitely say Mustafa Ali for the guys. And we could say maybe Dana for the girls. Through the ropes into Gable. I'd like to see Naomi come back as well. But, I mean, that's a whole separate subject, isn't it? Chad Gable in Impact would be amazing. The things that he can pull off, said William. I saw Dana versus a girl wear pajamas on main event. It was corny, said Wisp. That's Wendy Chu, isn't it, from NXT? Yeah, she's down in NXT at the moment, Wendy. Otis is looking out, I think, to Maxine. He gets thrown. He gets thrown over the barricades. Kind of got caught on the top of the barricades. Cody cut up to so she's very pretty. Cody went over and had a bit of fun with Otis. Cody went over, he's like, she's over there. And he's like, oh, what? She's over there. And he was having a look. And then he was like, hang on, what are you doing? Pretty fun, isn't it? It's not fun for Gable. Just got absolutely folded. That Cody cutter was beautiful. Austin Theory punches Cody, but Cody will fight back. Lauren said, speaking of Graham Potter, what are your thoughts on that situation? Listen, I think the same with Triple H. Like, you're not going to knock it out the park at first. He's done a good job, Triple H. I don't want to get this twisted, right? He's done a good job. And I think Potter will do a good job as well. People were calling for Arteta to go, and Arteta needed time. And look at Arsenal now; they're doing really well. And I am someone that likes to give managers time. I believe that there is a process you have to go through, and I think he's just going through that process. Give him the summer, let him bring in the players he wants, let him sell some players he doesn't, get the team dynamics right, a good pre-season, see where Chelsea are then. So I would stick with him. Right, we're hearing from Cody. I've yet to stand in the same ring as my opponent. Is he going to be there? Oh, wow. Cody is going to go to SmackDown. Cody will be on SmackDown on Friday. That is going to be big. That'll be big. So, Cody going to SmackDown on Friday. That's big. Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, live. Here we go. Here we go. What? Cody will be there too. Huge move, said Linda. We need some build-up for this match, said Travis. Eric Ten Hag knocked it out of the park virtually straight away. I said as soon as they appointed Potter, this would be a carbon copy of David Moyes. Potter is nothing like Triple H, said Kyle. Is he like Arteta, though? Here's Corbin. He's been, he said, I've got to cut this short. He's gone to Kevin Owens. Are you concerned about consequences? He's talking to KO. All I want is to see the bloodline fall, says Kevin. I don't need any help doing that. That's interesting. So, KO wants to see the bloodline fall. And he doesn't need any help doing that. Cody's heading on a SmackDown collision course for Roman Reigns. Don't cut the interview short. It's disrespect, isn't it? It is disrespect. Okay, we have got... What's this? Is this one of the new ones? Titanic! Oh my God. Bianca and Montez! Give me your hand. Which one? It doesn't matter. Close your eyes. Bianca on the front of Titanic. I'm flying. Pick or it didn't happen. Right, they're taking it. Oh, he's dropped his phone. He's dropped his phone. Backed it up on the cloud. No. Oh, I didn't back it on the cloud. Ah, no. They're fun, they are. I think I preferred the Joker one. I think the Joker one was funnier, but... Man, I tell you what, they're... Them two are gold, aren't they? They are gold. Seeing Bianca and Montez together. Just seeing them interact with each other, like... Don't see it that often. They're not normally in the same segments during the show. And I'm sure there's, like, probably exclusive videos you can find online. But, like, oh, man, that was cool. That was cool. I can't believe Dom got the most TV time on SmackDown. Who would have thought? The Joker one was funnier. I want to see a movie parody of Falling Down with Sad Corbin, said Ron. That'd be good. Their relationship is sinking, said Killer Shock. Kim said, before I go, I want to know, do you think Sammy will be inducted with the Bloodline in the Hall of Fame? He was a big part of it for last year. That's a really interesting question. Will the Bloodline go into the Hall of Fame? That's a really interesting question. That's a really interesting question. Because, I mean, Roman goes in, and Shield will go in. But Shield had matches together. Like, Bloodline, well, I suppose they interrupted in each other's matches. But, like, match-wise, we didn't get loads of matches. This is this is where it gets a little sketchy to me, because, like, this is Roman's title reign, and it's Roman on his own. And so this is surely just part of Roman's solo career. Like, the Bloodline, I mean, will it go in? I don't even know why I'm analysing it. It will go in. It'll go in for the simple reason that they can have Roman headline 2 Hall of Fames. That's the reason why it'll go in. Does it deserve to go in? That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. Because the Bloodline story has been absolutely incredible, right? But is it not just Roman and Usos and Sammy and these performers that just come together for these segments? Like, they don't compete as the Bloodline. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't have, like, Bloodline matches. It's not like the Shield. It's not like the Shield or the New Day. Like, for example, the New Day have obviously fought as the New Day. So I understand that being a separate thing from Kofi's solo career. Kofi's solo career is very different to Kofi in the New Day. Just like how Roman's solo career is very different to his time in the Shield. Is Roman's solo career very different to his time in the Bloodline? It doesn't feel as different to me. I can't say that Roman in the Bloodline is drastically different compared to, say, Roman when he was in the Shield. Because Roman, when he was in the Shield, that was it. That was it. And then the Shield broke up and he had his solo career. Whereas the Bloodline has run at the same time as Roman's solo career. So it's a very interesting conversation. It's a very interesting conversation. Will they go in? I think that's one that could be debated. I think it will go in because just for the sheer fact they'll want it to main event Hall of Fame. If you can put Roman as your main event headliner in as a solo star and in the Shield and in the Bloodline, you do it. Will Sammy be in with it? I suppose it depends how long it goes for. I suppose it depends how long it runs for. If it finishes now, he probably should. But if it carries on after this point and continues for another 2 years or so, then Sammy would have just been a very small part of what was, a very big thing. So it depends where we go from here. We're just seeing an interview with Judgment Day. We've had an hour and 15 of the show. Put in the chat, do you think Sammy should go in with the Bloodline if the Bloodline go into the Hall of Fame? Do you think Sammy should be a part of it? Edge, my old friend, you thought this was over? So we're just hearing from Judgment Day, just talking about what they did on SmackDown. It's over when I say it's over, says Finn. Dom wants some chon-chon, says Faux Show. Rhea's looking good, said Tharuka. WWE and AEW fans said, next commercial break, you should do halftime scores. Yasphere said, no, Sammy will go in with Kevin. I end this at WrestleMania, says Finn. Right, here's Otis pacing around backstage. Look at Marseille. How the flip does he get his leg that high? Adam. I need a match. So Otis wants a match. As maximum male models. Tell you what, wow. The fact he was able to get his leg that high is just very impressive to me. So we got Mansoir, Marseille, Maxine. 2, 3. And they want Otis to have a match. Here's Asuka. Yes, Adam, I need him. Okay, Asuka against... Is it Carmella? I think it's Carmella, isn't it? I think this is one that was announced beforehand. I remember when Otis had momentum. Otis wants a match tonight. Anthony, shout out to you. Said, do you think the OVW4 each get status in the Hall of Fame? Each get statues in the Hall of Fame? Statues. Does Batista deserve a statue? I mean, Cena will. Brock. Randy will. Do you know what? I think you'd probably just do it as a way of recognizing that era, to be honest. Batista's the one that makes me go, oh, I'm not sure. But like, I mean, Cena's getting a statue, isn't he? Cena's getting it. Brock's getting a statue. Like the others, Randy's getting a statue. But like, I don't know about Batista. The statue's a big deal, man. That's a big, big deal. Like, Batista going in the Hall of Fame, no problem with that. Batista headlining, no problem with that. I feel like the statue is something really, really special. Like, I think with the statue, we've got to be really harsh with who gets them. I don't know that I would give Batista a statue. Feel like the statues are for people that really change the business. You know, like Roddy Piper has got a statue, and Dusty Rhodes has got a statue, and Andre the Giant has got a statue, and Undertaker has got a statue, and Ric Flair has got a statue. You know, Stone Cold will have a statue. Rock will have a statue. Cena will have a statue. Randy will have a statue. Batista? I tell you, there's some great questions because it's stuff to really chew over. I mean, there'll be people out there that go, yeah. And then there'll be people that are like, oh no, I see what you're saying. He's not really he's not really changed the direction of wrestling. I don't know that he was that revolutionary. He was a big star. He was a big name. But there's something about Batista that just fell short. I don't know if it was because of being around at the same time as other massive stars. He just had maybe not as much opportunity. But I don't know about that one. Triple H will have a statue. Doink needs a statue. Repo Batista won't have one, said Burn It Down. Chris said he's more popular now than when he wrestles. Yeah. Hollywood has been pretty kind to him. The Guardian of the Galaxy stuff, and wasn't he in that Knives Out and whatever? So, I mean, he's gone on to make a good success of things, but I feel like he was a couple of levels below the top guys. I don't even know that I could put him. See, for me, the face of the company, your Roman, your Cena, your Stone Cold, your Rock, your Hogan, like for me, they are S tier. They are the top tier, right? They are the faces of the company for that era. Then below that, you've got people that had times at being the face, but they weren't always the face. Like you could maybe make the argument of Shawn Michaels had times with the belt and was the face at times, but I don't know, because of him stepping away during the Attitude Era, because of him being around like when other people were obviously on top, he's definitely right up there. He's right up there, but I don't know that I can put him on the same level as Stone Cold. I don't know that I can put him on the same level as Roman Reigns. I feel like they are at a different level to someone like Shawn Michaels. But equally, I don't know if I can put Batista on the same level as Shawn. And I'd argue Brett goes into that level as well. You know, is Batista just that next level below? There's no shame. We're talking about the very top of the pyramid here. We're talking the very top of WWE. So I don't think he's at the very sharp point. I don't know if he's even just that level. He might be just that next level below. And I would argue that level doesn't get statues. Gotta be harsh, man. Gotta be harsh. I would say top level, next level down, they get statues, and Batista just misses out. But there may be people that disagree, and that is absolutely fine. Here is Carmella. Triple H gets a statue. Absolutely. I would quite comfortably put him on the same level as Shawn. Might be some people that put him as like the face of the company at times. I mean, he was booked very strong, but I don't know if he isn't just a step below Stone Cold. Can you say Triple H is the same level as Stone Cold, same level as Roman, same level as John Cena? I would put him just that level below, same level as Brett and Shawn, but those two levels in my mind all deserve statues. They all deserve statues. So Triple H deserves one, Shawn deserves one, Brett deserves one, Stone Cold deserves one, Hogan deserves one. Cena deserves one. Roman deserves one. I really think the statues is where we should get really critical, because to me that's the biggest honor. That is the biggest honor. There's a lot of people that have gone in the Hall of Fame that a lot of people have gone. Queen Shamel. Some people were like that with the Bellas. The Bellas in the WWE Hall of Fame. I didn't mind that, but it was definitely one that people were a bit... I always thought Coco Beware was very strange going into the Hall of Fame. I wouldn't have said he was a Hall of Fame worthy talent, but I don't begrudge it him. He went into the Hall of Fame, but, you know, there's a few people that have gone in, and let's not even get started with the celebrity wing. But I feel like the statues, that's that next level above, you know? And so that's where we can get a bit more strict. Right, we've got Carmella and Asuka. Kick coming in. I was thinking that the match card graphic for Mania looked cool, and I thought the stage should look similar, said Tree Trunker. That's a good shout. That's a really good shout. They have had that when we have been in, is it Hollywood? I forget the show. Where we had like the front of a like a theater cinema, and like it looked like that. Was that WrestleMania last time in Hollywood? I think it was. Knee strike. Knee strike by Asuka. Carmella down. Gets the shoulder up. Macho Man statue. Yes, definitely. I agree. Definitely. No, I wouldn't say top level, but I think very comparable to a Brett or a Shawn. Second level again for me. In the ring goes Carmella. Asuka comes in as well. Against the ropes goes Asuka. Kick to the midsection. Through the ropes to the outsides. Kick coming in. Down goes Asuka. Asuka down at the moment. And we go to commercial break. Right, boom, here we go. Here we go. Let's do the halftime score thing. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Just saw a comment saying Roman higher than Macho Man. Definitely. I don't even think that's controversial. I mean, look at this title run. Look at how many times he's main evented WrestleMania. Roman is undeniably the face of this company and has been for so long. So long. We're not talking about like who's better in ring or things like this. We're talking about like the impact on the business. And look at Roman, man. Like, I mean, like the main events of WrestleMania, the title reigns that he's had, the run that he's on at the moment. He is undeniably this generation's John Cena, Stone Cold, Hulk Hogan, like face of the company. So yeah, I definitely, I don't even think that's controversial. I think Roman is in that ranking ahead of Macho. Ezra said 7.5. Vince gets a statue. 6.7. I saw Austin as well saying about like a load of female statues. Again, I completely agree. Like Trish, Lita definitely deserve statues. They had a big impact on the business and were massively inspirational to a lot of the female talent. So yeah, I completely agree. Becky, Charlotte. Yep. I don't know if the statue thing, it's a very interesting conversation, isn't it? I don't know if it's something that is had as much as it should have. Like we always talk, and actually thinking about it, who the hell's going in the Hall of Fame? Because they haven't announced a single entrant yet. And we're nearly in March. So who's going in the Hall of Fame? So I don't know what we're doing with that, to be honest. But it's always speculation from the fans as to who's going into the Hall of Fame. You don't hear fans speculate as to who is going to get the statue this year. Like they haven't made it like that big thing yet. They haven't made it that big reveal. Like, you know, we're going to announce next week who gets this year's statue. They could easily do that and build it up and make it this big thing. I wish they would. Because I think it's I think it's the biggest honor. I really do. And it would be great if that wasn't done at like WrestleMania Access, but was done at the Hall of Fame and was actually like, you know, big part of the Hall of Fame. China statue. Yep. I need to read these scores out. So 6.5 from Samantha, 9 from Jaylin, 6 from Marcella, 7.75 from Mitchell, 5 from Thomas, 8 from Dragon Den, Trini with 7, 9 from Kyron, John with a 6, Smurfatoon said 10 out of 10 for the singing. Thank you. DFS Chief said, what's your favourite match of all time? I always say Shawn Undertaker, just because they're two of my favourite wrestlers. The streak was still going. I thought Shawn after retiring Ric Flair the year before, was a very credible threat. I really thought the streak was in trouble that year. And I mean, you know, I wasn't really watching it back then with the mindset of, will Shawn benefit from winning this and all that kind of stuff? You know, will he be a bigger star by ending the streak? And you know, my mindset wasn't there. I don't want to say I was a casual because I was watching the shows, but I was not analyzing it the way that we do now. You know, I feel like wrestling has sort of changed a bit, the way that it gets watched and enjoyed. Like, everyone's got opinions on everything now, which is cool. And everyone shares their opinions on social media. And I feel like social media's maybe changed the way that we watch wrestling. Because now everyone can share their thoughts instantly and immediately. And everyone now has got thoughts and opinions on everything and can share those thoughts and opinions. Whereas before, I think a lot of people would just watch the show and you would like stuff, not like stuff. But I don't think I was analyzing in the same depth that I do now. So yeah, back then I wouldn't have really thought like, oh, will they give it Shawn? Like, why would they give it Shawn? How will it benefit Shawn? Will he be made a bigger star? And all? I wouldn't have thought about it in those regards. So I really thought the streak was in trouble that year. I thought he was a very credible opponent, coming off a big win against Ric Flair the year before. So love that match. And the match is 5 out of 5. I know Meltzer says it's 4.75, but I think he's wrong. Asuka gets the win with the armbar. Pretty predictable stuff in all fairness, because Asuka, of course, is going to be facing Bianca. So it doesn't make sense for her to be taking any L's. Anthony asking who should go into the Hall of Fame this year. So let Anthony know who do you think should go in the Hall of Fame. Asuka saying a few words. I think Batista. Come out right now, says Asuka. And Bianca does come out right now. I think Great Muta deserves to go in. Fantastic wrestler who retired this year. So putting him in, I think, would be really cool. Has Jushin Thunder Liger gone in yet? Did they put Liger in? I can't remember if they've put Liger in. If they've not put Liger in, then I think Liger should go in as well. I don't like your tone, says Bianca. I'm out here to tell everyone how we're going to tear the house down at WrestleMania. You can't spell WrestleMania without EST. Carmella pushes Asuka into Bianca. Bianca gets knocked down. Asuka's down. I'm the best, not you, says Carmella. Little flat, little strange. Coming up tonight, Miz TV. Gonna find out what's in that envelope. We've got a big second part to this show, you know. We've got the Miz TV, which is going to be a lot of fun. We've got the women's tag titles, which is going to be a lot of fun. Tonight. Batista and Bam Bam should go in. Liger did go in 2021. Already forgot. I'd put Great Muta in. I like the Bam Bam shout. I like the Bam Bam shout a lot. Here is Piper Niven. She looks moody, man. She looks moody. Otis Gunther would be cool, says Lance. Okay, Candice versus Piper Niven coming up next. Days for Hall of Fame this year. Would you put Victoria in the Hall of Fame? I think so. I think, to be honest, I wouldn't. But if I look at people that have gone in and I look at the bar, you see, the thing with WWE is they obviously want to put women in there and make sure there's a nice, mixture. I don't know that Victoria is someone that I would put in if I was being a bit stricter with the Hall of Fame. But I mean, honestly, Queen Charmel went in. Do you know what I mean? So it's not a high bar. It's not a high bar. I feel like a good chunk of people. I mean, honestly, there's loads in the current crop, in the current group that we're watching that will go in. Because I think if you've had longevity, and a lot of the people on the roster have been around for a while, I think if you've got longevity and you've been used in a fair few programs and whatever, it's just a lovely little recognition thing at the end of your career, really. So, yeah, I'd put her in. But I think if we were going to be super critical about it, then I don't know that I would. Barry Horowitz for the Hall of Fame. Who should challenge Gunther for the title, said Marcella. I think it should be... What baby faces have we got on SmackDown? Let's have a look, actually. What WWE roster? I mean, I don't think it's going to be Bray. That's the top baby face, and I don't think it's going to be Sammy. Big E is injured, so it won't be him. Braun is seemingly in a tag team with Ricochet, and we've seen them have an opportunity. Do you know who would be good? Butch. Butch would be good, wouldn't it? And we all know how amazing Pete Dunne and Volta matches were. So Butch would be amazing. The only thing is, there's no build. Butch is not really seen as that much of a threat, not really that great. He's seen as this little scrappy fighter. I hate how they've used him on the main roster. I hate it. I cannot believe Triple H has not instantly changed it and just put him back to Pete Dunne and made him the bruiserweight. I can't get my head around it because we know that match bangs and it bangs hard. And the idea of Butch versus Gunther, I don't know. I don't know that. I think people are going to see him as like this massive underdog, this little scrappy guy that's just got no chance. But that's just not how he was presented down on the in the developmental scene and in NXT UK. Like, Pete Dunne was one of the longest reigning NXT UK champions, very credible champion. It's such a shame that that's where we are with him, but we know that match would bang and it would bang hard. Drew is the one, isn't it? He sort of teased it on Friday. He came out and he was watching. So I think he was watching Gunther. So I think it's going to be Drew. And it does make a lot of sense. If you think about how amazing the Sheamus Gunther match was at Clash at the Castle, sort of running that back, but with a slightly different person. I mean, it makes sense. Drew and Sheamus have got a lot in common. So the match is going to be, quite brawling and hard hitting. And we haven't seen it as well. So, and he's credible. He's a former champion, Drew. So that would be a big, big win for Gunther. I think Gunther wins it. So yeah, Drew is the name. Just looking at the other options, Kofi would be a pretty good shout. I'd be down for seeing Kofi against Gunther. Could be pretty fun. Rey Mysterio, I believe we've already seen. Sammy has got his hands full. Santos Escobar seems to have turned face, but seemingly we're not going in that direction. Shinsuke Nakamura. Imagine if Shinsuke came back. Where is he, by the way? Does anyone know? Anyone seen Shinsuke? Do we need to put up missing posters for Shinsuke? But Shinsuke would be fun. And of course, the ultimate, the one that we're all thinking, the name that's on the edge of all of our lips. Top Dollar. Top Dollar makes a lot of sense. Top Dollar, get Top Dollar in there. Top Dollar versus Gunther. Oh, there's Nikki. Nikki just wants a friend. Oh, I don't know that my heart has been fixed. Oh, look at her. Oh, stop breaking Nikki! Stop breaking my heart! Oh, look, she's come walking down. She just wants to be with Candice. And she's all, oh, why does it hurt so much? She's just like, walk down, like, oh, she's all timid, shy. Oh, just want to be your friend. Oh, God, she does it so well. Look, she's got her hands by her side. She's like, oh, she's all tense and just want to be a friend. Oh, God. Stop being such a jerk, Candice. Yeah, Candice. It would have been nice if she'd have given her wings over to Nikki then and just be like, can you watch these for me? Nikki would be like, I can do that. Oh, like a Disney movie. So beautiful. How about a triple threat with Sheamus? And Sheamus pins Drew. I think triple threats, I mean, again, you know, unpopular opinion maybe, but I think the more people you add to matches, the more it takes away. The more the match becomes a spot fest. So rather than having a good dramatic match where two people are battling to prove they're the best person and, you know, you've got selling and near falls and all this kind of stuff, when you start adding people, you start getting more spots being made. You know, this is where we start seeing the one person power bombing the other whilst they do a suplex kind of spots. You know, they can't help themselves, WWE. Or the one person puts the other two on their shoulders and we get that spot. So I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it would be a very good match, but I couldn't say that it would be like the potential 5-star match that I think a one-on-one match between Drew and Gunther would be. I think that's got potentially 5 stars written on it. And I don't think we need to keep Drew protected, to be honest. I mean, he's it's not like he's in like an amazing place at the moment. He's just in a tag team with Sheamus, and he could go in and take a loss to Gunther at this stage. You know, who knows? Drew might then go on to win Money in the Bank, and he's right back in the game. But yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about like protecting Drew or trying to start. I certainly wouldn't be looking to start a Sheamus Drew feud, to be honest, because we've just come out of that last year. We had that around the summer last year, didn't we? Do you remember the good old Donnybrook match and all that stuff? Candice rolls up Piper. Candice rolls up Piper. Piper was distracted by Nikki. What's she saying? Stay away. Is she being a douche? She's running away from Nikki. Oh, Candice, what are you doing? Oh, is Candice being a douche? Here's Johnny Gargano. Candice. I'm proud of Candice. She just did fantastic. Otis ran up to me. He wants hot action. Johnny said that Otis ran up to him and said he wanted some hot action tonight. And he said, I was immediately alarmed. Here's Judgment Day. You're corny. Last time I saw you, I'd laid you out in the chamber, so... Could we get Johnny and Damien? Is this, Johnny? Otis is going to flatten you like a pancake. Oh, man, this match should be good, wouldn't it? Look at this, Johnny and Finn. I feel like we've seen it in NXT. I'll see you next week. Okay, so we're going to get Johnny and Otis. There was a tease there of Johnny and Damian. Nice. Would you put Mickie James in? Oh, definitely. Defo. So, Johnny versus Finn next week. I mean, if that's given time, that's going to bang, man. That is going to bang. Okay, here we go. Miz TV. Miz TV. Miz TV time. Daisy spelled Candice wrong. Doesn't matter. It's gone. It's time for Miz TV. Johnny versus Finn on the main roster for the first time. Should Sheamus get his moment with the IC title? Yeah, Sheamus should at some point. I don't, as we spoke about it earlier about like Gunther breaking the record later in the year. So I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't get the title off Gunther until the record's been broke. And then, you know, Sheamus could have a little run with the IC title. Definitely. It'd be a fantastic IC champ. Miz gets brewed on envelope. Mickie James is a very nice female WWE superstar to meet at live events, said Elizabeth. I can believe that. She seems lovely. I don't mind seeing Johnny and Finn again, said Tharuka. The Gucci suit that the Miz is wearing is gorgeous. Oh, it is gorgeous. Oh, that looks absolutely gorgeous. Thank you for days for reading it. I'll probably say, can you read this? Sorry, what do you think is in the notes? We've, again, spoke about it. I think it could be him hosting WrestleMania. I think that is in the running. I think it could be that he's got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Apparently, this is a gift that's has been given from Maurice. So you can buy those. And it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? You know, what with him receiving that. And then that can be used in some way to start a feud or something along those lines. It could also be that she's secured the services, the appearance of a certain celebrity for a Miz TV. So it could be something along those lines as well. So there's a few options here, to be honest. There's a few things that it could be. Right, we are at commercial break, but we haven't got long to find out what it's going to be. Judgment Day on Miz TV. What if Miz's surprise is a match against a mystery person and Jay White debuts? Well, he looked at the cards and he said, this is perfect. This is all my dreams coming true. So if the thing was you've got a match at WrestleMania against a mystery person, like I don't know that would be his reaction. Like he said, I don't have my notes, but he said something like, "This is big. This is big. This is all of my dreams come true." So whatever it is, it's big. It's all of his dreams coming true. He clearly knows what it is in order to say that. So that's why I don't think it's like going to be a match against a mystery opponent. And I don't think he'll say it's a match against Jay White. And I don't know that that's a dream that he's had. Certainly not a dream that he's shared with us. But maybe it's been his dream to host WrestleMania, or maybe it's been his dream to have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. This is big. This is all of my dreams come true. I'll share this with people next week. So I feel like hosting I feel like being the host is probably the favorite, but keep putting your thoughts in. What do you think? What do you think? If they put Miz in Hall of Fame, I won't be mad. He deserves it, said Justin. Maurice will be pregnant. Maybe Maurice wants a divorce. Very good. Very good, Darren. This is big. This is all of my dreams come true. I'm single again. Yay! Great times. But Miz is going back to the real world. That's big. It's all his dreams coming true. Do you think Lita will turn on Becky? Don't think so. We did that match last year. Don't think we need to do it again. Here's the Miz. Here is the Miz. Mizzy Miz. Busy Miz. Miz TV, and we've got the mat down in the ring. There's no Maurice. I don't think Maurice is around, which is a bit strange. He wants to announce what's in the envelope. You'd think she would be there. Came to pray. Oh. Miz TV. Here we go. We are on the road to WrestleMania. Oh, celebrity guest. Celebrity guest. Did we know there was a celebrity guest? Yeah. We've been married for 9 years. She is the gift that keeps on giving. She's given me 2 beautiful daughters. This gift is life-changing. Special guest. Host. Is it going to be The Miz? My special guest is going to be the host of WrestleMania. It's The Miz. It is The Miz. So it is being host. I am the host of WrestleMania. So the news is in. It's going to be bigger than the Golden Globes, says The Miz. Wait till you see what I have in store, says The Miz. Who else could host? What, Logan Paul? He name checks Logan. Few boos for that. People aren't feeling that reference. Logan's got a bit of heat, and this crypto thing's really upset a lot of people by the seams of it. So he's just hyping up some of the matches. This is Deatho video worthy, innit? Bum 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 bum. Says Cody. Talks about Roman. He's just going through the match card and hyping it. Here's Seth. Seth Rollins making his way down. Does that mean that we're going to get a Logan part in here? Right, while Seth's making his way down, just going to do a quick video on this because that is big news. So, The Miz has just revealed what was inside the envelope from last week. He said it was big. He said it was all of his dreams coming true, and he said that he would reveal what it is on this week's show, and he has done exactly that. He said that he was going to bring out the host of WrestleMania, and then, of course, we got a drum roll, and it was revealed that The Miz is going to be the host of WrestleMania. So that is the news. That's what was in the envelope. It is that The Miz is going to be the host of WrestleMania. He said it's going to be bigger than the Golden Globes. He said he's got loads of things planned. And he said it was a real dream of his. He said he can't believe that Maurice had to petition for this, because who better to host WrestleMania in Hollywood than the A-lister, The Miz. But he said it's a dream. He was absolutely thrilled about it. And this is what was in the envelope. This was the news we've been waiting for from last week. Right, Seth is out, and Seth is made his way down to the ring. Miz has got his hand up as the crowd are singing Seth's theme song. What are you doing here? I don't think the Miz is happy that Seth is here. Crowd singing away, and Miz getting very animated. I just came out here to congratulate you, says Seth. Two weeks ago, I stomped you with my big red boots, and there's a cheer for that. People love them boots. You was being a bit of a jerk. You was being a bit... What's a beehole? Oh. A beehole. You don't hear a beehole, do you? It's normally a-hole. Ah, there we go. That's why he did it, to set that line up. Miz was like, I'm an A-lister, and so he was like, what? So you mean you've been an a-hole? I think we've got a-hole chants right now, which probably shouldn't have been encouraged. I've got a favor to ask, says Seth. I've been trying to get a hold of Logan. Yeah, well, Miz will be able to get him. Why don't we give him a call? Okay, so the Miz is going to call Logan, apparently. And he says no. And they boo. Hollywood Walk of Fame, the fee has increased. 2002, it's 15,000. As of 2022, the fee is 50,000. I mean, they've got millions, haven't they? I mean, The Miz is a very rich man. 50 grand to him to have a Hollywood star. I would imagine that would not be a problem at all. Okay, so he kicks The Miz. The Miz goes down. The phone is down. So it looks like he's going to pick the phone up. And he starts pressing some buttons. Oh, he takes a picture, I think, to open the phone with the eye recognition thing. Okay, so he's chucked a chair out. So Seth interrupts Miz TV. And he's calling Logan. Miz, stop calling me. There's Logan. Does Logan not know that he's on video? I wanted to see how your bro's doing. Jake had a tough day, didn't he? Yeah. Just wanted to see how Jake is doing. I'd love to see you try and run your mouth when we're face to face. It's fire. I like this, said DFS Chief. They need to clean this up. It's too slow, said Wisp. They couldn't possibly need to fill a 3-hour show, could they? It did need a bit more snap to it. I do appreciate though, if he hadn't have like took pictures of Seth took pictures of Miz to get his eyes and get into the phone, people would have said, like, how did he get past the security lock type thing, you know? So I do appreciate that attention to detail as well, but I do agree, like, it took a little bit of time. That was funny. I'm just calling to see how your brother is doing. Tough loss. So Logan and Seth should be face to face next week. We're definitely in WrestleMania season. Okay, we've got Kathy Kelly talking to Bayley and Damage Control. Io and Dakota are the greatest champions in WWE, says Bayley. This is our legacy. So we're getting ready. We're well into the final hour now. We're getting ready to build towards this main event tonight for the women's tag titles. We've been asking all night who you think is going to win. Here's Austin Theory. Right now, Becky and Lita, 67%. Damage Control, 33%. We've had 1,500 votes. 1,500 votes. Here's Austin Theory. Do you know what everyone's talking about? John Cena. Still going on about John Cena. They just like the hustle, the loyalty, and the respect. He's upset about John Cena. He says, I went into the Elimination Chamber. I came out as champion. 24 hours later, who do I beat? The Rated R superstar, the Hall of Famer, Edge. He's just really putting over his achievements. I got a lot of respect for John Cena. I really do. Next week in Boston. Next week in Boston, I will give... Next week's show feels massive, doesn't it? They've really set up next week's show to be like a big, big part of the build to WrestleMania. I think next week's show is going to give us a lot of moments that go into video packages for WrestleMania. Right, here's Bobby. Don't get respect. Austin Theory is a goat, said Austin 316. Going to be a great match, that is. Theory and Cena. That's going to be great. Bibbs. Bibbs is here. We've got, 54 minutes. There we go. Miz hosting WrestleMania. Not down on that. Makes sense. Gives him something to do. Theory Cena looks like it's definitely heading in that direction. We already knew Seth Logan, so we know what's happening there. This could be interesting because Bobby's match at Mania looks like it's going to be Bray. Don't think we might not see something Bray related here. I think there's a chance we will. Because Bray seems to have his sights set on Bobby. Bobby doesn't seem that bothered by Bray. It's not like he's calling him out and all this kind of stuff. So could Bray send a message here? I think he could, you know. Days, can you tell the story of when Kathy Kelly blocked you for the umpteenth time? She did, and I don't know why. Don't know why. She did block me. That was the old account, though. She doesn't block this one. Joke's on her. She can't keep me away. We need Alexa, said Moolah. I do need Bray to play mind games with the Almighty, said the EST. John said, WrestleMania card so far looks a big step down from the stupendous one that we had last year. Do you think so? I think so. Roman Cody, it's pretty good. Asuka Bianca, it's pretty good. Rhea Charlotte, pretty good. Theory John Cena, pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Drew against Gunther, gonna be pretty good. I'm really not down on this card. I'm really not down on it. I'm really not down on it. I think it looks pretty good. I mean, we don't have Stone Cold. You know, that was something special, of course. But I don't know. Still not done, are we? Who knows? Who knows? Do you think Theory goes face after WrestleMania? Don't think so. Omos Lesnar, says John. Yeah, the thing with Omos Lesnar is the one that everyone's really down on. But as I said earlier, like, you can totally understand why they're doing it, because there's people that only tune in for the big shows like the Rumble and WrestleMania. They don't watch Raws and all of that. They just tune in and the video packages will bring them up to speed. So you're going to have people tuning in for WrestleMania, and Brock's a massive name. And him against Gunther is like going to be really exciting for the fans. And it would be a great match and everything, of course. And you could absolutely do that match. But for the casuals, having him go up against this absolute giant, like someone that is absolutely towering over Brock, like just from a visual point of view, it makes sense. It does make sense. That match just makes sense. I know a lot of people say it doesn't. I disagree. It does make sense. If you look at it from a casual people tuning in, here is Brock, really well known, against Omos, and is this giant. And honestly, if you only tune in for like WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, or these kind of things, you ain't going to have seen like the god-awful segments that Omos has been in. You're not going to have seen much, if anything, of Omos, really. He's been involved in, like, you know, some tag stuff with AJ. He was involved in a little feud with Braun. But, like, this is Brock taking on what is going to be physically his biggest challenge. And I think for the casuals, like, that is going to really grab their attention. Going to grab their attention. That face-to-face will be all over social media. And WWE can, like, you know, really sell it, build it, promote it. We're seeing the clip of the Firefly Funhouse here. So we are seeing Bray watching his promo. You should run. Ooh, ooh. So we're just seeing a recap of the Funhouse. I've been waiting to see Brock fight Omos for a while, so I'm happy, said Joey. Look, I said earlier, I totally understand why people are against it. I totally understand why people are down on it, because Omos hasn't done anything to get you excited for any Omos match. Like, but for WrestleMania, I can see why you would do it. Next we get Bray watching himself. Watching Bray, said Jamie. Should we remind Kathy that she needs to block you on this account? No. Just kidding, says Retribution. I don't know why she blocked that. I really don't. I have no idea. I don't remember talking about her. Bobby on the outsides. Elias, Bobby, seriously. Here's Boogs taking notes. Boogs has been watching Elias taking notes. Into the barricade goes Bobby. Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to see Bray getting involved. Moss against Tyson Fury would be a better choice. Yeah, that would be good. Apparently Fury's having trouble getting into America, though. I don't know if you've heard this, but apparently they were meant to do stuff with him. That's a good shout, yeah. A Moss Tyson Fury. That would be a good choice. Spear. The only problem with that is that Omos is not a ring general, and neither is Tyson Fury. So you need someone to really lead that match. But again, from an optics point of view, of seeing the world heavyweight champion in there with a 7 foot, 6-inch giant, like, I completely agree. The optics look great on that. Bum. Bibbs goes over, grabs the microphone. He's dispatched of Elias quite comfortably. In a good mood. Oh, dear. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So Bibbs is not in a good mood. For proving my dominance over Brock Lesnar, I get Bray Wyatt playing his kid games. Bray Wyatt. Keep my name out of your mouth, or I will hurt you. So I'm not in a good mood. I beat Brock Lesnar, and my reward is Bray Wyatt and his kid games. Bray Wyatt, keep my name. Muscle Man! Oh, Muscle Man dance! Pull up your pants. Do the Muscle Man dance. Bobby started to walk away. Pull up your pants. Do the Muscle Man dance. Erase your mind. I feel like this is old footage as well. I feel like I don't think they've re-recorded this or anything. It's a Muscle Man dance, but with Bobby added to it. Oh, there's Bray. You should. Run. You should run. You should run. Bobby walks off. He's not a fan of that. Pull up your pants. Do the Muscle Man dance. They left that logo on screen for a while, didn't they? Do it, Days. Pull up your pants. Do the Muscle Man dance. We need the puppets back. Oh, here's Carmella. We got Chelsea Green and Carmella. Mella is money. Gotta be video time. We're firing videos out. WrestleMania season, isn't it? Oh, they seem to be on good terms, don't they? Chelsea and Carmella as a women's tag team. That could work. That could work. So we got Chelsea Green and Carmella getting onto the same page. Muscle Man dance. Pull up your pants. Do the Muscle Man dance. Fiend is coming back. Here's Otis. Oh, and he's coming out with maximum male models as well. So coming down with the maximum male models. Otis. I tune in for commercials, says William. Wow. That's never going to let you down, is it? Otis with maximum male models. I don't think there was anything hidden in there. I didn't get the vibe there was anything hidden. I didn't get the vibe that there was any like Easter eggs or anything like this. It just felt to me like it was. It felt like old footage. It did feel like the old Muscle Man dance and all that kind of stuff. It didn't feel like it had been newly recorded. It just felt like they took that original footage and then just added Bobby to it. Pull up your pants to the Muscle Man dance. Got a few good screenshots of it, though. Got some fun stuff. We've got... it's always great seeing Huskus. It's always great seeing Huskus. And then we've got Bobby being added. We are at commercial break. When we go back, we are going to be getting Otis taking on Johnny Gargano. And, of course, we are building our way towards... that women's title match. Down, bang. Kalish, shout out to you, my friends. Legend Killer said, Bray Wyatt is funny. Yes, Muscle Man dance is good. I love the fact that we're seeing these things now. I think that's a big takeaway. You know, we haven't been getting this since Bray came back, but now that he's kind of embracing this stuff, you know, we are now getting this now. Modern Mogul said Bray is after one of Vince's muscle men. That's a good image. Nice. Massive segment then coming out of Raw. We're really pushing the Bobby Lashley Bray Wyatt story along. We would get a promo from Bobby after he beat Elias. He said that his angry is upset because his reward for beating Brock Lesnar is that now he's got to deal with Bray Wyatt and his kid games. And he told Bray, keep my name out of your mouth. And he left the ring, started to walk away. And then as he got to the entrance stage, that's when this video cut in. This feels like it's the old Muscle Man dance video from the original run of the Funhouse series back in like 2019. It doesn't feel like it got re-recorded. It just seems like it got re-edited because we got the Muscle Man dance on screen. We would see the likes of Huskus and Bray, but what they did is they had edited Bobby Lashley into it. So Bobby Lashley actually featured quite a bit in the song and during the video package. But as I said, I don't think it was re-recorded. I don't think there was any like hidden messages in there or things to rip apart and decode. I think this was just a very simple message to Bobby. Bobby said, "Take my name out of your mouth." And so immediately he's then confronted with this message from Bray, this Muscle Man dance, which was fun. It was fun. Pretty straightforward stuff. At the end, though, you know, we would see Bray. And again, I think this might have been from SmackDown the other week when he said, "You had better run." And he sent that message to the winner of Bobby and Brock. So I think it was just that again. So I don't think there was any Easter eggs here. I don't think there was any newly filmed content or anything like that. It's just a message. It's as simple as that. It's just a message to Bobby. You'd better run. And clearly Bray Wyatt is not going anywhere. And it was good. It was fun. You can see it ends. They actually pause on this logo, this version of the logo for quite a while. It is very interesting how we keep seeing these different versions of Bray's logo. And it actually paused on this one for quite a while. So that's how this segment ended. So Bray Wyatt sending a message to Bobby Lashley. They're clearly on a collision course. That's what we're going to be getting at WrestleMania. And honestly, the build for this could be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I thought the Funhouse was great on Friday. And it's great that we're now getting messages sent from Bray on Raw as well. So just makes it even more interesting going forward, because what might we get on Friday? What will we see on Friday? And what will we get on Raw next Monday as well? So we're getting Bray on both shows now, and that can only be a good thing. Right, we are underway with Otis taking on Johnny. Otis is getting multiple TV spots tonight. He is. They're bringing levels of handsome to ringside that we have never seen before. So they're talking about Otis and Mansoor. Johnny trying to collide into, I don't know if to call him Otis or Otis. Gets slammed down. How long we got? We got about 35 minutes to go. And don't forget, we've still got the women's tag titles. There's Otis on the outside. Getting a little bit distracted by Maxine Dupree. Great power there by Otis. Shows off the guns. Do you think he's going to get into a thing where he now starts trying to flirt with Maxine like he did to Mandy? Dexter Loomis grabs Marseille. Oh my God. Listen to Marseille screaming. Marseille is screaming his head off. He's absolutely petrified. Maxine is not impressed with what she's seeing here. I love Marseille screaming his head off. Now we've got Johnny on the outside. Oh, spiking Otis. This isn't going well. 2, 3, and there we go. Johnny wins. Johnny wins. So Dexter grabs Marseille after Marseille tries to get involved. And Johnny ends up winning. Bang. Beautiful. DDT picking up the win. And there's Dexter Lumis. I'm not sure that people are going to be thrilled with Johnny and Dexter being in a tag team against Maximum Male Models. They're just showing the news from earlier that Cody is going to be going to SmackDown. That does definitely feel seismic. Bring on Friday Night SmackDown. We're backstage with Kathy Kelly. Paul Heyman's here. Wow. Paul Heyman. This is my favorite time of year, says Paul. I don't mean to be disrespectful. Okay, so Cody said he's going to show up. Kathy Kelly points out that doesn't mean that he's going to be confronting Roman. Bit weird. Cody is going to crash the gates of the island of relevancy, so Heyman is convinced that Cody will be confronting Roman. I like that by Paul. Paul says, listen, Cody is either going to confront Roman Reigns or he will be confronted by Roman Reigns. So if Cody's not going to be finding Roman, Roman will find him. Is someone down in the background? Is there someone down in the background? Did I miss something? Was someone on the floor? Was someone on the floor? Was someone on the floor? Was that? I still don't know. I think, was it just stuff? I don't know what it was. It looked like some legs, but watching it again, I genuinely don't know. Let's get a screenshot of it. We'll have a look. It's not going to be anything Bray related, and it could be absolutely nothing, but there was something weird in the background, but I don't know if I got a good shot of it. I think I did, you know. Damn it. I didn't. I'll have to have a look at that after. It might have just been a pile of stuff that was just the color of like someone's legs and whatever. What it looked like is it looked like someone had been knocked out in the background and they were like lying on the floor, and it looked like you could see the legs and like some black trunks and things like that. It was just around the corner. You could see some like legs, but it could totally just be some stuff that's just the same color because you only just fleetingly see it. That would be something I'll have to have a little look back on. Could be something, could be nothing. We'll find out. Probably some stuff, said Virtual Fat Ass. I rewatched it. I couldn't see anything. Could you see the stuff, though? It was just round the corner. It was just round the corner. It was kind of over Kathy's shoulder. It was a design on something. Oh, it was a design on something. Like a pattern or something. Yeah, do you know what? I was sat trying to wait for it, but the thing is, you only fleetingly see it. Like, it's there for a split second, then it's gone. So, like, trying to get a screenshot of it is like, unless you've actually got the video and you can pause it and all of that, trying to get a live screenshot was not happening. I couldn't get one. LOL, says Tim. LOL. There was someone watching them behind the door. Oh my God. Didn't even see that. Oh my God. Let's go back and watch that whole segment and not listen to anything they're saying. And just look at what's happening in the background instead. Right, how long have we got? We got 28 minutes. That's what we've got. We got 28 minutes. So Bobby Lashley tells Bray to take his name out of his mouth. Bray Wyatt responds with a new version. Not really new, is it, I suppose, of the Muscle Man dance. Pull up your pants. Do the Muscle Man dance. Okay, we've just got another video for SmackDown. Another video for SmackDown. Can the tribal chief reunite his family? Okay. How long we got? Probably timing it. Backstage, we are seeing both teams getting ready for this big championship match. 775 for me, said Mitchell. It was an edited version, said Jojo. We are on the road to WrestleMania. What is WrestleMania going to look like? Oh, about the host. Are they going to talk about the host? Oh, no, about... Yeah, do you know what? We've had a fair few things happen tonight, haven't we? Like Brock getting spat in the face and the Bray moment and Cody saying he's going to be on SmackDown. Like, there has been a fair few things that have gone down tonight. And we've still got women's tag title match coming up. White Lightning was a little bit too much for the sophisticated palate, says Corey Graves. They're going to give this match a lot of time, said WWE and AEW fam. It was Cody that was watching in the window, said Chris. Was it? Omos and Brock. There's the graphic. There's the graphic that everyone's been waiting for. There you go, guys. Drink it in. Kevin Owens gets Solo Sikoa next week. Woo. Woo. So, Kevin Owens against Solo Sikoa next week. Seth Rollins and Logan Paul face to face. Johnny and Finn next week as well. God, next week's show looks so good. Bianca versus Carmella. God, and another one as well. Oh, yeah, John Cena. And by the way, John Cena's on the show. John Cena sucks. John Cena sucks. Main event then. So next week we've got KO against Solo. We got Seth versus Logan face to face. We got Gargano against Finn, Bianca Carmella, and John Cena. It's big time. Whoa, 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 whoa. A lot of matches announced. Yes. Right, let's get rid of this poll. We can get rid of it. Don't need it. Becky and Lita. 66% of you think they're going to win. Taking on Damage Control. And I should be doing this in capitals. Becky and Lita versus Damage Control. Do you think AJ will return? I don't know when he'll return. Apparently is... oh, look at that. She signs the book for him. She wants a fist bump. God, he wants a lot, doesn't he, that kids? Can you sign my book? Can you fist bump me? Okay, so Becky and Lita making their way down to the ring. You don't see that, do you? You don't really see them doing sign-ins of things like as they come down to the ring. It's a bit unusual. Coach Co said 7 days. 7 days. Till next week. Facts. Coach Co always brings facts, and that is probably the most accurate one that Coach Co has ever delivered. 7 days till next week. Boom. Sunny said, I hate needles. That's breaking news. She signed it quick. Well, I mean, she's at work. Do you know what I mean? She's about to go to a match. I remember hearing Lita's theme on WWE 13, the game, when CM Punk was on the front. Ah, the memories, says I'm Kyle. What a Raw, said AJG. I don't think she signed it. She definitely did something. She made some sort of mark in there. That's an interesting one, actually, because if she does actually sign it, but she doesn't write her name, it's probably not worth as much, is it? Like, unless you probably have to put your name, and it has to be your signature. If she was to just go like that, does that mean anything? Does that worth anything? Even though it is her, probably not, is it? Don't know. That's an interesting one. She wasn't meant to do that, obviously. She's there to obviously have this match, head down to the ring. You don't see people doing that. It's not something we see. Like, we don't see wrestlers having to like walk past loads of people with pens and wanting stuff signed, which is a bit weird when you think about it. I'm surprised more people don't do that. But yeah, you're right. She did quickly scribble it. I don't know as to whether she actually wrote out a name or if she just went, But yeah, it's probably not. It's probably not as valuable. But then, guys, you don't do it for that reason. Yeah, you do it for a pure reason. You do it because you want a book signed by one of your favourite superstars. And, you know, she's put a little scribble in there. Done. Job done. That's the way to look at it. I didn't see her sign it. Becky's signature is pretty short. It's basically just the letters BL. If Becky and Lita don't win, then what is WWE doing, says Dub YD Jr. I thought it was dragging till I looked at the time. Wrestling autographs are weird. I would rather an Amy Dumas auto than Lita, said Drifter. Oh, I would rather Lita. I would rather Lita. I want the character to sign it. I don't want the person behind it to sign it. I don't know a lot of their names, to be honest. So if they wrote their real names, I don't know. I wouldn't. Nah, I want the character. That's an interesting point, though. Back from commercial break. I've got a Cody autograph, and it just says Cody, said Smurfy Tunes. If Bayley interferes in this match, then Trish should return and let Lita and Becky win. Mick Foley or Mankind? Oh, I'd want both. Because he wrestled as both. So they're both... They've both been used in the world of WWE. But, like, you wouldn't want Peter England. If you had Peter England, it wouldn't really mean much, would it? But that is Pete Dunne's real name. So you'd want Pete Dunne, or maybe you'd want Butch right now. I don't know, it's an interesting one. Damage Control. Drifter said, I'd rather Mark Calloway. Well, he wrestled as Mark Calloway in Mean Mark. Well, it's Mark Callis, wasn't it, really? I want Undertaker. Yeah, no, I hey, listen. Disagreeing in wrestling is what makes the world go round. But I would definitely want the name of the wrestler. Dakota and EO. Triple H or Paul? Triple H. Triple H. I can get anyone called Paul to sign a thing. I don't know any Triple H's. I know loads of Pauls. Lita looks stunning. They can spell damage, but not control, said Mitchell. Watching Raw every week, it's good to see storylines, but it is heavy to get through with lots of commercials, says Ethan. Yeah, there is a lot of commercials. It does disrupt the flow. Imagine a 2-hour show with no commercials. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Raw every week, 2 hours, no commercials. Becky Lynch. So both of these teams getting their intros. Becky and Lita getting introduced. We got the fire. We got the rage. We got the cage. We read the page. Did you notice that EO and Dakota seemed a bit perturbed at Bayley accepting the challenge last week? If they lose tonight, there could be fireworks inside Damage Control. That would be an interesting thing to tease, but it would feel very early for me personally for us to split up Damage Control. Okay, women's tag titles on the line. Lita debuted with him. Camilio, shout out to you. Right, here we go. Becky and EO locking up. Going to start us off, and we got about 14 minutes. Shoulder tackle. Io versus Kia versus Bailey at Extreme Rules. Do you mean Kai? Io versus Kai versus Bailey. Like a damage control triple threat. Damage control for the win, said Justin. Io is better as a face, says John. Tommy says Gunther or Volta autograph. Well, I would want both, to be honest. I mean, I love him, and I loved him when he was in NXT UK as champion. I think he did some incredible stuff there. I think the Volta one would actually be quite rare. I mean, this is where it gets interesting because he, in the lifespan of his career, is probably going to have played the character of Volta for a few years, and I've got to imagine he's going to be Gunther for many, many more years. So if you're a Gunther fan, the Volta autographs are sure to have gone up in value because he's not going to be signing that name anymore. So what's out there now is out there, and this is where it's going to push the value up. So I think from a value point of view, I would want a Volta one because that is sure to keep its value. You might think that because he doesn't play that character anymore, that it's going to be worthless. Like, oh, I can't believe I've got this Volta card and now he's changed his name. That I wouldn't look at it that way. I would look at it as he has signed it, and that is a character he played, and now he doesn't play that character anymore. Well, he does. He just changed his name. It's pretty much the same character, but he won't sign any more of those now. That's it. That's it. Everything from now on is going to be Gunther, unless, of course, he goes back to that name, which I don't think he will. So I would want both as a fan of his, but the one that I think would be like more valuable and rarer and better to have would be the Volta one, of course. So both. But yeah, it's like saying, do you want Mankind? Do you want Dude Love? Do you want Mick Foley? Do you want Cactus Jack? All of them. He's played all of them. He's used that as in the ring as all of them. They're all different characters. It's like saying, do you want The Fiend? Do you want Bray? Do you want Funhouse Bray? Do you want Eater of Worlds? I want them all. I mean, in all fairness, Bray as Eater of Worlds and whatever, he probably still just Bray in it. Maybe Funhouse Bray signs his different, though. Maybe he signs it as Funhouse Bray, I don't know. But yeah, I could see him doing a different signature as Funhouse Bray, and obviously a different signature as The Fiend. An Uncle Howdy. Imagine an Uncle Howdy autograph. Imagine an Uncle Howdy autograph. That would be sick. That would be sick. An uncle signed by Uncle Howdy. That is going to be sick. Oh my God. I definitely want one of those. Definitely want one of those. Samantha, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. I think they did. I could be completely wrong here, right? So don't quote me on this. But they did do some Firefly Funhouse boxes. And I've got a feeling that one of them had an autograph from Mercy. And I remember being like, how's he doing that? So like they put a pen in his mouth. And I mean, I doubt that they actually went to the trouble of doing that. I'd imagine, but who signed it? I'm guessing it was Bray. I'm guessing they would have got Bray to have signed it, but he would have signed it as Mercy. The puppet. And it was the Mercy like thing. I mean, that's, again, you know, cool, innit? Those are the rare, quirky bits of wrestling merch that I love. Love those. Because I think if you've got a wrestling fan that pops around, right? And you go, oh, have you seen my DVDs? They're like, oh, yeah, they're cool. Have you seen some of my figures? Oh, yeah, they're cool. Have you seen this signed Mercy the Buzzard thing? Like, it just feels like, where have you got that from? Yeah, I love those bits of merch that are like, how did you get that? Where's that from? That are like really quirky, different, maybe a little rare. Yeah, that would be cool. Do you know WWE Auctions? I don't know if you've been on there. We have mentioned it before. But WWE Auctions is a website that you can go onto where you can actually have a look and see what's on there. See, you can actually bid on very, very special items. Very special items. They've had chairs, steel chairs that have been used in like Raw and things like that have then been signed by people. And then you can bid for them. So right now you can bid for a signed Ricochet Intercontinental Championship belt, $755. It's at the moment. Signed Riddle pop vinyl. Signed Bailey pop vinyl. I don't know if the chair is still on here. There was a chair. Signed Kevin Owens. Looks like there's a fair few pop vinyls that have gone on. Lots of signed posters and Liv Morgan signed replica championship. That's over $1,000 now. More pictures. Signed Usos. Signed plaque. That's signed by Shotzi. The Ricochet thing. I think the chair's got... There was a chair, and I think it was signed by Edge. Looks like it's gone. Looks like you can get an Imperium thing, though. They've got a picture of Imperium. Bray Wyatt signed poster as well. Yeah, you can. So you can get an 11 by 4 hand-drawn picture print thing of Imperium, and it's signed by all of them. Ludwig, Giovanni, and Gunther. You can buy it now. Because it's signed by all three, it's $100. Nice, though. Pop it in a frame. Look nice. They've got some good stuff. They've got Sammy signed picture as well. All of Damage Control have signed Summit. That's $125. EO thing from NXT. That's at 81. Just EO from NXT. Yeah, nice. Right, let's go back to the action. But it's worth keeping an eye on there. They did have a signed Thea Hale top, which I was really interested in. Because I really love Thea Hale. And they had a signed top that she'd wore on NXT. I just felt a bit pervy, though. Do you know what I mean? Buying things like that have been worn just feels a bit... Do you know what I mean? Have you seen my actually worn signed t-shirt from Thea Hale? Oh, who's that? She's 19. I don't want to be that guy. You a perv? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I decided against buying that. Let's get back to the action. Yeah, let's get back to the action. So, here we are with 6 minutes to go. We were just at commercial break. And we are now back with Io and Becky in the ring. Women's tag titles on the line. Io in control. She's grabbed a hold of the arm of Becky. The majority, not a big majority, but the majority of our community think that we are going to see new women's tag champs. Lita on the outside, waiting to come in. In comes Dakota. Against the ropes goes Becky. Looks for a double clothesline. She couldn't get it. Legs get taken away. Kick to the side of the head. Io. Ooh, beautiful drop kick. Io goes out the ring. Referee. 2 count. 2 count. I voted they won't lose, said Mitchell. Becky loses again. I can see it. Lovely. Some lovely drop kicks. Jojo said, I don't think this crowd deserves new tag champs. Crowd are quite quiet, aren't they? Becky goes back. Nice kick there. Scorpion kick by Dakota. 1, 2. Kick out by Becky. Kick out by Becky. It is. They are quiet. This crowd are quiet. He trying to make the tag to Lita. Dakota's ring gear is wild, isn't it? Absolutely wild. Becky again trying to make the tag. Doesn't. Gets hurled into the corner. So Becky trying to go over and make the tag. Both women are down at the moment. Lita down. In comes Io. Io comes over, grabs Becky. Open palm strike. Picking up Becky. She's in trouble. Gets planted down. Io. 2. Kick out. Kick out. Double clothesline. Lita's going to get pinned, said the EST. Crowd can kill a show, but the show is not bad, in my opinion, said Horror King. Is this Trish? Here's Trish. So we saw Bayley getting involved. Trish has come down. Trish starts unloading on Bayley. So Trish, bang. Lita can't believe it. Lita and Trish are embracing. Oh, wow. Bayley's been taken out of this now. Are Dakota and Io really going to win now? Tag, in comes Lita. Clothesline. Another clothesline. Against the ropes goes Lita. Head scissor takeover. Down goes Io. Round the back. Oh, wow. Io got absolutely spiked too. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Io. Trish at ringside. Trish finally comes out. Poor woman. Every week she's been rocking up. And they'd be like, no, not this week. No, not this week. And finally she's allowed to go out there. Io going up top. Moonsault. Ooh, just misses. Here's Lita. Kick coming in by Lita. Going for a twist of fate. Oh. Damn. Damn. She's got no regard for Io whatsoever. Bayley trying to get involved. Trish prevents it. Trish prevents it. Bang! Kick to the head. Bayley down. Dakota coming over. She gets taken out by Becky. That's going to leave Lita. Oh! Bang! It connects. Lita. 2, 3. We've got new champions. We've got new champions. And no. They did it. They did it. Trish came out. Becky, Lita win. History has been made. They won. New champions. New champions. New champions, baby. Lovely moonsault. Great scenes. Got the disarmer on the edge of the ring by Becky. Pyro going off. Shooting into the sky. Becky is finally a Grand Slam champion, and the show comes to an end. They really pushed it right up to the edge of the end of the show there. They really pushed it right up to the end. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. What do you think about that? What do you think about the show? What do you think about the ending? Do you like the fact that they've won? Slow match, said Kieran. 7. Has Cena been on? Cena's next week, bud. Cena's next week. Meave said 9. Legend said 8. Tony said 7.5. We've got some 7s and 8s and 6s pouring through. Good night, all. Good night, my friends. 9. I didn't want Damage Control to lose the titles. Lita needs to retire. You might think I'm crazy, but I'm saying 10 out of 10, said Dub White D Jr. Main event was torture, said Jamie. Chrissy, shout out to you. Mitchell said 7.75. Mark said 7.5. It was a slow match. Do you remember Edge and Hogan? Good shout. 8. I always thought Trish Lita would hold tag titles, said Jim. Trish still looks good, said Justin. Ronda Shayna, Becky Lita might be true, but I hope not, said Lady Noir. Tarek said Raw is awesome tonight. EST said main event was a waste. One of the best women's main events in a while, said Marcus. Lita should never retire, said Jim. Every move beside the Lita salt was sloppy and awkward. Lita looks rusty. Becky is going to have to carry the team. Great show today, said me. I'm glad they won because they can now feud with Shayna and Ronda. Let Him In said 7. Steve said 9. Main event was great. Trish needs to win the title now. Bray will get a statue, said Lady Noir. What is your rating, said Mitchell? Yeah, probably about a 7.5, 7.75. I thought there was a lot of talking points. I think title change is a big move in the main event. I think that's significant. I think Cody saying he's going to be on SmackDown. I just feel like there was a lot of things that were maybe not massive, like, oh my God. But they were still big moments that are pushing the story forward, like Cody going to SmackDown or MVP spitting in Brock's face. You know, they're not necessarily moments that I would look to make a video on because they're not quite that big, but they're still big in the sense of they push the story along. And I just felt there was a nice steady stream of those tonight. So I thought it was a really good show, but can't escape the fact that, you know, there's a few matches in there, a few moments in there. Like there'll be people that weren't feeling the Otis, Johnny Gargano, Maximum Male Model stuff. You know, there'll be people that weren't really into Candice and Piper Niven. And, you know, there'll be people that look at that and like, didn't need that. So, you know, there'll be some moments in there that I think people will be a bit like, yeah, it was a good show. I don't think anyone will say this was a horrific show or like a rubbish show or anything like that. I didn't feel that. I actually thought it had a nice little boosts all throughout. You know, there was always little things going on. So, yeah, good. But that's why I would say it wasn't like for me, like a 10 out of 10, because I think there's definitely things that you could look. I mean, for example, we could have had Cena. We could have had The Rock. We could have had like loads of stuff could have happened. But was there like a fair bit of talking points and things that push the story forward tonight? Yeah. This very much felt like a Raw from WrestleMania season. That's how it felt. Lots of things to talk about and get our teeth into. So very good. Very good. Right, we're done. I'm going to do a quick video about the new Women's Tag Champs. Big news. And then I'm going to work on the review. That will drop on the second channel. It's probably going to take a little bit of time because there has been a lot of talking points tonight. So not sure when it will go up. But even if you don't get a chance to check it out tonight, it'll be there tomorrow. It also goes on to TikTok. We've got a TikTok, Wrestling Days. We've got an Instagram, Wrestling Days. I put them on there as well, the reviews, to make it easier. And we are on podcast things as well. So you can get us on Google Podcast and things like that. I put the reviews there as well. I might start putting like different content on there. I'm not sure, as well as the reviews. But for now, it's largely just the reviews that go on those places. But yeah, appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. And I will see you tomorrow. We're back for NXT, of course. So we are back tomorrow. And we are... What have we got this weekend? We got UFC, and I think we've got AEW this weekend as well, haven't we, with Revolution. So we've got a busy weekend as well. Oh, God, there's loads on the way. There's loads. Right, appreciate the support, guys. Have a great evening. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.